Story 1. My husband forgot to hang up the call with me, and I heard him telling someone, "Our marriage is awful, but I'm only with her because of her family's money." I didn't drop the phone. I didn't scream. I didn't breathe. I sat perfectly still on the edge of our bed, staring at the wall like it could give me an explanation. His voice came through the speaker again, careless and too honest. "Her dad's loaded, man. You think I'd still be in this if there wasn't a trust fund behind it?" The other voice laughed, low and muffled, like they were speaking over drinks. "So, you're just going to write it out?" There was a pause. Then he said it calmly, like he was proud of the math he'd done. "2 more years, maybe 3. Then I'll have enough to walk. She won't even see it coming. She's too comfortable." I ended the call. My hand didn't shake, that would come later. In that moment, I stared down at the screen like it had just delivered a death sentence. In a way, it had. Not of a person, but of a version of my life I thought was real. 3 years of marriage unraveled in seconds. Every late-night conversation, every laugh, every fight we'd smoothed over with apologies. Now a rehearsed performance. I sat back, letting the weight of what I'd heard settle like dust in my lungs. The betrayal didn't come with screaming or crying. It came with silence, an eerie, hollow quiet where my heartbeat felt too loud. I opened the drawer where I kept our wedding photos. There was one we both loved, a candid of us laughing in the rain, soaked, ridiculous, alive. I used to think that moment was real. Now I wondered if he'd already been calculating then, if he'd seen the daughter of a successful businessman and not the person standing next to him. I remembered our engagement, how fast it moved, how he charmed my family. My dad, always cautious, had taken longer to warm up to him, but eventually even he said he seemed solid. I remembered how proud my mom was, saying, "You picked someone with good instincts." Had I? That night I didn't sleep. I lay beside the man who just confirmed he didn't love me, who saw our marriage as a temporary investment. His breathing was steady, peaceful. I wondered if he knew how loud that silence felt from my side of the bed. The next morning I acted normal. I made coffee just like I always did. He came downstairs in sweatpants, kissed the top of my head, told me I smelled good. "Sleep okay?" he asked. I smiled. "Yeah, you." "Like a rock," he said, pouring his usual half cup. "No sugar." "You working from home today?" I nodded. "Just a few calls." I watched him from across the kitchen, the way he leaned on the counter, scrolling through his phone. I noticed everything now. The way he glanced at our shared calendar. How he tapped on a notification and quickly swiped it away. I didn't ask what it was. I stopped wanting to know. When he left, I didn't cry. I opened my laptop and stared at a blank document. I was supposed to be reviewing contracts. Instead, I opened a note and wrote down what I heard on that call, word for word. I needed it preserved, not for court, for myself, because I knew there'd be days ahead when I'd doubt what I heard, question if I was overreacting, convince myself to stay. That note would remind me I wasn't crazy. That afternoon, I drove to my parents' house, but didn't go inside. I sat in the car, engine off, staring at the front porch. I couldn't bring it to them. Not yet. My dad would ask for proof. My mom would blame herself, and I couldn't handle their pain on top of my own. I went back home before he did. Lit a candle, put on soft music, made dinner. When he walked in, he smiled like he always did. Said, "Smells amazing in here." Kissed my cheek, told me he missed me. I smiled back. "I missed you too." That night, we ate together. He told me about a pitch meeting that went well. Said someone was interested in his startup idea. I asked questions, played supportive. I knew he was hoping for a buy-in from my father eventually. That was always the unspoken goal. After dinner, he poured wine and turned on the fireplace. We watched a movie I didn't care about. He pulled me close. I let him, not because I wanted to, but because I needed to map the routine. Every moment of intimacy, every practiced move. I had to see it all clearly if I was going to unravel it. I went to bed before him, told him I was tired. He said he'd be up soon. I stared at the ceiling again, letting his words echo. "Too comfortable. She won't see it coming." I saw it, and I wouldn't stay comfortable for long. The next morning, I woke before the alarm. It wasn't that I couldn't sleep. It was that I didn't want to. The bed felt foreign. His presence beside me, the rise and fall of his chest, his fingers slightly grazing my arm. These things used to anchor me. Now they made my skin itch. I slipped out quietly, showered in silence, and stared at my reflection for a long time. It was strange how ordinary I looked. No one would have guessed what I knew. No one would have suspected that less than 48 hours ago, I'd overheard my husband calculating his exit strategy from the marriage he helped build. Not because it wasn't working, not because we'd grown apart, but because I came attached to money. In the kitchen, I started making coffee before realizing I didn't want any. I poured the water anyway. The motions grounded me. When he came downstairs, hair wet from his own shower, wearing the same navy sweatshirt he always did on work from home days, I kept my expression neutral. "You're up early," he said, yawning. "Didn't sleep great. Too much wine last night?" I smiled faintly. "Maybe." He kissed the top of my head. I flinched, not noticeably, but enough that I felt it. He didn't seem to. Or maybe he'd grown so used to my compliance that he didn't notice anything unless it disrupted his script. After breakfast, I sat at the kitchen island, laptop open, calendar full of meetings I had no intention of joining. I stared at the screen while my mind wandered. 3 years. That's how long we'd been married. Almost exactly. And somehow, in less than 3 minutes of overheard audio, I was being forced to reassess every moment of it. Was he lying when he said I looked beautiful in the mornings? When he cried at our wedding? Was it real or just good acting? When he talked about kids, was that part of the plan, too? Build deeper ties, make it harder to walk away, harder to untangle the money? I thought about our first year together, the small apartment we rented downtown, the way we'd save up for takeout and share cheap wine on the fire escape. I'd believed in us then, in him. I remembered telling my sister, "He's the kind of man who makes the world feel solid." And maybe that was true, until the foundation cracked. At noon, I stepped away from my computer and sat on the edge of the bed. I let myself go back through it all slowly, deliberately. I wanted to see it clearly, to stop idealizing it. I needed to strip away the warm filters I'd built around our memories and see them for what they really were. Like the way he always insisted we dine at high-end restaurants whenever we were with my parents. The way he got quiet anytime money came up, unless it involved something being gifted to us. How he once told me it made more sense to lease a new car in my name since my credit was stronger. At the time, I'd called it practicality. Now, I saw it for what it was. He hadn't fallen out of love. He'd never actually been in it. I picked up my phone and opened our photos. There were hundreds. Vacations, birthdays, selfies in the kitchen. I zoomed in on his expression in one, his arm around me, smiling, perfectly posed. And yet, his eyes weren't looking at me. They were looking just past the lens, as if he was already aiming for whatever came next. I saved a few of the more recent pictures, not for nostalgia, for documentation. I had a strange, sharp instinct to start gathering things, like a woman preparing for a storm no one else could see coming. By evening, I felt numb. He was in the living room working on something he called a pitch deck for investors. He didn't offer details. He never did. Not to me. He asked what I wanted for dinner. I told him I wasn't hungry. He offered to cook anyway. Said, "Let me take care of you." I watched him move around the kitchen, humming to himself. It was the same song he always hummed. Some old indie track he used to play when we first dated. I wondered if he hummed it for her, too. I didn't ask. I didn't speak much at all that night, but I took note of everything. The way he watched me from the corner of his eye. The way he hesitated before bringing the food over, almost like he sensed something had shifted. When he finally sat beside me, he said, "You've been quiet. Just tired? Work stress?" Something like that. He nodded and placed a hand on my thigh. I didn't move, didn't flinch this time. I was too far beneath the surface, too deep in the place where grief quietly transforms into clarity. Because that's what was happening now. I wasn't breaking down. I was waking up. And now, every move he made became a study. A performance I'd watched too many times without realizing I was the audience. It had been 3 days since the phone call. 3 days of watching him brush his teeth, make coffee, kiss my cheek goodbye, all while knowing what he'd said about me, about us. The strange thing was how normal he seemed. Not guilty, not careful, just ordinary. Maybe that was the most unsettling part, that someone could plan your betrayal and still sleep soundly beside you. Thursday morning, he offered to drive me to work, something he hadn't done in months. "You look tired," he said, adjusting his rearview mirror. "Figured I'd make your morning easier." I almost said yes. The old me would have been touched by the gesture. Now, I wondered what prompted it. Was this part of the routine? Keep the wife happy. Keep the money flowing. "I have a stop to make after work," I said instead. "I'll drive myself." He nodded easily. "No problem. Dinner out tonight? That steakhouse you like. The one my father recommended. The one we'd been to exactly twice. Both times when my parents were paying." "Sure," I said. At work, I couldn't concentrate. Every email felt pointless. Every meeting dragged. I kept replaying the conversation, trying to remember his exact tone when he'd said, "She won't see it coming." Casual, almost bored, like discussing the weather. During lunch, I sat in my car and called my sister. Not to tell her everything. I wasn't ready for that, but just to hear a familiar voice. "You sound weird," she said after 5 minutes of small talk. "Everything okay?" "Just tired. Work stuff." "How's the husband?" The question hung in the air longer than it should have. "He's fine, same as always." That doesn't sound convincing. I forced a laugh. "I'm just in a weird mood. Ignore me." But after we hung up, I sat there thinking about her words. Same as always. That was the problem, wasn't it? He was exactly the same. While my entire world had shifted, he remained unchanged because for him nothing had shifted. This was always the plan. That evening at dinner, he ordered wine without asking what I wanted. Made a toast to us and the future we're building. "Do you ever think," he said, cutting into his steak, "about what we want our life to look like in 5 years?" I tilted my head. "What do you mean?" "Just bigger things. You know, your family has this amazing foundation, this network. Sometimes I think we could be doing more with it." The words sounded rehearsed, like he'd practiced this conversation. "More like what?" "I don't know. Partnerships, investments, building something that lasts." He was testing the waters, seeing how receptive I was to involving my family's money in his plans. "That's pretty vague," I said. He laughed, but it sounded hollow. "I guess I'm still figuring it out. Just feels like we have so many opportunities we're not taking advantage of." Later that night, I watched him sleep. His breathing was steady, peaceful. No signs of guilt or worry. Just a man resting after a productive day of manipulation. I lay awake until almost 3 o'clock in the morning, not thinking about revenge or confrontation, just trying to understand how I'd missed it. How someone could share a bed with you, share meals, share conversations about the future, all while planning to leave you once they'd extracted enough value. The next morning, I decided to pay attention differently. Not to snoop or investigate, not yet, but to really see him. To stop filling in the gaps with my own hopes and assumptions. When he said, "I love you," before leaving for work, I watched his eyes. They looked just past me, unfocused, like he was reading from a script. When he texted me at lunch, "Thinking of you, beautiful," I noticed he sent it at exactly the same time he'd texted me yesterday and the day before. When he came home that evening with flowers from the grocery store, I realized he'd done the same thing last month. Same flowers, same timing, same casual. "Saw these and thought of you." It wasn't spontaneous affection. It was maintenance. That night, over leftover takeout, he asked about my day with the same interested expression he always wore. But when I mentioned a problem with a client, he nodded and immediately changed the subject to his own work. He hadn't actually been listening, just waiting for his turn to talk. These weren't new behaviors. They'd always been there. I'd just been too willing to see love where there was only routine. By Sunday, I felt like I was living with a stranger. Not because he'd changed, but because I finally saw him clearly. The man I'd fallen in love with had been a carefully constructed character, and the performance was so polished, so consistent, that even he seemed to believe in it. That afternoon, while he watched a game in the living room, I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee I didn't want and started making a mental list. Not of evidence or proof, just of things I'd noticed that suddenly made sense. How he always suggested expensive restaurants when my parents were joining us. How he'd grown quiet whenever I mentioned wanting to help pay down his student loans. How his business ideas always seemed to require connections my father could provide. How he'd pushed for a joint bank account within 6 months of marriage. None of it was dramatic. None of it was obvious. That's what made it so effective. I wasn't dealing with a villain. I was dealing with someone who'd turned our entire relationship into a long-term business strategy. And he was so good at it, he probably didn't even see it as betrayal, just smart planning. By Monday, the performance resumed like clockwork. He kissed my forehead before leaving for work, said, "Don't work too hard," with a soft smile. I stood in the hallway watching him gather his keys, adjust his jacket, and walk out like he had somewhere important to be. He didn't know I already suspected most of his meetings weren't real. That morning, I began documenting things. Not dramatic evidence, just details. I created a private note on my phone and titled it Observations. It wasn't meant to be legal or admissible. It was for me to remind myself when I started doubting that none of this was in my head. Tuesday, 12:47 p.m. Thinking of you text. Same time as yesterday. Use joint card for online consultation service. 1:45 hours not discussed. Restaurant suggestion for next week. One my father mentioned during last family dinner. They weren't smoking guns, but together they painted a picture, and I was learning to read it. I started paying attention to the finances, not by hacking passwords or digging through his files, but by watching habits. He always offered to pay for dinners when we were with friends but used the joint card. He'd get vague when I brought up budgeting. And anytime I talked about scaling back on spending, he redirected the conversation. By Wednesday, I noticed something new. Panic, barely beneath the surface. He came home early, which he never did midweek, and said he just wanted to spend time with me. I was polite, surprised, but not warm. He picked up on it. "You seem off lately," he said, watching me too closely. "Just tired. Is it work?" "Us. Mostly work." I smiled gently. "Nothing you did." It wasn't entirely a lie. He hadn't done anything new. He was simply continuing what he'd been doing since the beginning. I had just started seeing it. That night, I made a subtle shift. I casually mentioned that my dad was changing some things in the family business, restructuring, reallocating. I didn't elaborate, just let it hang. He looked up from his drink. "Is everything okay with him?" "Probably. He's just being careful lately." I watched the flash of concern in his eyes, masked quickly with a nod. "He always thinks 10 steps ahead," he said. I gave a small smile. "It runs in the family." The next day, he asked if I wanted to go away for the weekend. Just us. Cabin up north, somewhere quiet. I almost laughed. A sudden romantic getaway wasn't his style. Not unless he needed something. "Maybe next weekend," I said. "I have a few things I need to take care of first." He didn't push. But that night, he was more affectionate than usual, held me longer, watched me while I read, tried to initiate a conversation about long-term goals, using phrases like real estate, retirement, generational wealth. I listened quietly. The truth was, I didn't know what my long-term goal was yet. All I knew was that it no longer included him. By Friday, I made a decision. I wouldn't wait for a perfect moment. I wouldn't wait for more evidence or for him to slip up. I'd already seen enough, and I didn't need a full plan. I just needed to start pulling away strategically, calmly, without giving him reason to panic. I began with my accounts. Not the joint ones, mine, the personal savings I hadn't touched since college. I scheduled an appointment with my bank manager. Requested that a new account be opened in my name only. No digital trace linking to him. I moved a modest amount, enough to start a separation, not enough to trigger suspicion. That weekend, I visited my parents under the pretense of helping them organize paperwork for tax season. I didn't tell them the truth. Not yet. But I asked a lot of questions, casual ones, about legal protections, about the trust, about how they vet people tied to the family business. My dad gave me a look across the kitchen table. Something on your mind? I shook my head. Just being cautious. He didn't push. He never did. That was something I'd always loved about him. He gave people space to come to him when they were ready. Saturday night back home, he brought up the idea of us starting a business together. He said it casually, but I could tell he'd been rehearsing it. We've got the brand, the last name, the connections. All we need is the right concept. What kind of concept? I asked. I'm thinking wellness, he said. Something lifestyle-focused. Everyone's into that now. Do you have experience in that space? Not yet, but with the right team, the right pitch. Your dad might even know someone. I let him trail off. I didn't nod. I didn't push. I just looked at him. And for the first time, I didn't see my husband. I saw the plan, the calculation, the person behind the mask. And he was starting to sweat. It showed in small ways. He'd started checking his phone more often, even when we were talking, glancing at me when he thought I wasn't looking. The easy confidence from our early years had developed hairline cracks. Sunday morning, I mentioned that my family was going through a quiet financial reorganization. I said it while stirring my tea, not looking at him. Casual, measured. Is that serious? He asked immediately. Not really, I replied. Just tightening a few things. My dad's getting stricter about how assets are managed. He nodded slowly. Makes sense. Smart move. But I noticed he didn't touch his coffee after that. And when I excused myself to take a call from my sister, I heard the floorboards creaking in the kitchen. Pacing. That evening, he was overly attentive. Made dinner without being asked, lit candles, asked me what kind of vacation I'd want if we just ran away for a while. Somewhere quiet, I said. No signal, just air and space. He smiled like that meant I was still his, but the smile looked tired around the edges. Monday morning, I started researching. Nothing dramatic, just information gathering. I looked up financial consultants online, read reviews, bookmarked contact information. I researched storage facilities. I Googled phrases like financial manipulation in marriage and protecting assets during separation. I wasn't ready to act on any of it, but knowledge felt like armor. That afternoon, while he was at what he called a client meeting, I walked through our house differently. Not snooping, just noticing the way he'd positioned his laptop so the screen faced away from the common areas. How he'd started keeping his phone face down during meals. The stack of business cards on his desk that hadn't been there last week. When he came home, he seemed agitated. Said the meeting didn't go as planned, but wouldn't elaborate. Over dinner, he pitched an idea for an app focused on financial literacy for couples. People trust people with legacy, he said, gesturing with his fork. If we position ourselves as a team building wealth together, there's something there. He always used words like we and team when talking about money, but only my family's money. Tuesday, I did something small but deliberate. I changed my banking password, just mine, the personal account he'd never had access to anyway. It wasn't that I thought he was monitoring it, but I wanted to start drawing invisible lines. That evening, he suggested dinner out. Said he'd made a reservation somewhere special. The restaurant was nice. Too nice for a random Tuesday. When we arrived, the hostess greeted us warmly, but I caught her glancing at him with a look I couldn't quite read. Familiarity, maybe, or confusion. During dinner, he was more animated than usual, talking about opportunities and building something lasting. But underneath the enthusiasm, I sensed something else. An urgency that hadn't been there before. I've been thinking, he said, cutting into his steak. We should be more intentional about our financial future. Maybe bring your dad into some conversations about investments. There it was. The real reason for the nice dinner, the candles, the sudden romance. That's pretty vague, I said. He laughed, but it sounded hollow. I guess I'm still figuring out the specifics. Wednesday, I told him I'd be working late. Instead, I drove around for 2 hours, thinking. I sat in a coffee shop and made lists in my head. Not evidence lists, just clarity lists. What I knew, what I suspected, what I needed to understand. When I got home, he was waiting up. Said he'd been worried. Asked if everything was okay with my family, with work, with us. Everything's fine, I said. Just busy. He studied my face like he was trying to read something written there. "You'd tell me if something was wrong, right?" he asked. I met his gaze. Of course. It was the first outright lie I told him since this began, and it felt surprisingly easy. Thursday morning, he was restless, made coffee, then didn't drink it, started conversations, then trailed off mid-sentence. Finally, he asked if I was feeling weird energy between us. "Not particularly," I said. "Why?" He shrugged. "Just feels like something's shifted." I looked at him, really looked at the man I'd shared a bed with for 3 years. The man who'd cried at our wedding, who'd held my hand through my grandmother's funeral, who'd apparently been calculating our expiration date since the beginning. "Maybe you're just stressed," I said. He nodded slowly. "Maybe." But we both knew it wasn't stress. It was the sound of a house of cards beginning to tremble, and I hadn't even started blowing yet. By Friday morning, he was spiraling. Subtly but unmistakably. I watched him open and close the same kitchen drawer twice, like he'd forgotten what he was looking for. He asked where I'd left the charger he always used, even though it was in the same outlet it had always been. He spilled coffee grounds on the counter and didn't wipe them, just stared at the mess, then walked away. I was careful not to mirror his energy. I kept my tone neutral, movements calm. I asked if he had any plans for the day. He said he might go take a few meetings but didn't elaborate. "Anything interesting?" I asked lightly. He shrugged. "Nothing final yet." Final? Strange choice of word. After he left, I stood in the doorway for a while, letting the quiet settle. I hadn't said or done anything concrete yet. No accusations, no ultimatums, just a few vague comments and a shift in behavior. And already he was starting to fold inward. That afternoon, I withdrew $200 from my personal account. I didn't need the cash. I just wanted to see it in my wallet. Proof that not everything was shared, that not everything could be touched. When he got home, he brought flowers again. Same grocery store bouquet, same brand of wine he thought I liked. He set them on the counter and said, "Thought you could use something pretty after the week you've had." I thanked him, put the flowers in a vase, poured the wine, sat with him in the living room while he talked about an opportunity that had just come up. Some contact he'd met through one of my father's colleagues. "Total coincidence," he said, eyes gleaming. "Didn't even know the guy was connected to your family until halfway through the conversation." "Of course." "And now?" I asked. He smiled. "He's interested in hearing more. Wants to do coffee next week." I nodded. "Sounds promising. Think your dad would mind if I dropped his name? Just casually?" There it was again. The script, the layering. Say it lightly enough and maybe it won't sound like exploitation. "Depends on the context," I said. He laughed. "Right. Got to be smart about it." I watched him sip his wine. His hands were steady again. Whatever nervous energy he'd carried in the morning had faded. He thought he was back in control, but I'd seen the shift, and I wasn't going to forget it. Saturday morning, he suggested brunch. I agreed. I wanted to see how far he'd take it, how much charm he could summon while standing on a sinking deck. At the restaurant, he was all smiles, flirting with the server just enough to appear confident, not inappropriate, telling me about the couple next to us. They've been arguing the whole time. He always noticed other people's tension, never his own. Over coffee, he leaned forward and said, "I was thinking maybe we should start fresh with a new joint account. Something just for investments, separate from household stuff." I tilted my head. "Why?" "Cleaner that way, less overlap. Gives us both more clarity." He said it like he was doing me a favor, like he was offering transparency. "You don't think the one we have now works?" "It works," he said quickly. "I just think we're at a point where we should be more strategic." Strategic. Every word he used lately sounded like it came from a manual. That night, I started my own strategy. I backed up all financial documents I had access to. Tax returns, loan records, the joint account history. I didn't dig into his devices. I didn't need to. The information he'd already given me voluntarily was enough. Sunday, he was restless again. Asked if I wanted to go for a drive. I said no. He paced, pretended to clean, checked his phone every 10 minutes. Asked 3 times if I'd spoken to my parents recently. "Not since last week," I told him. Why? No reason. Just wondered if they'd said anything about that restructuring you mentioned. I shrugged. Not really. Just that things are shifting. He nodded, lips tight. That night, he came into the bedroom later than usual. I pretended to be asleep. He stood in the doorway for a while. Then he sat on the edge of the bed like he was about to say something. But he didn't. Instead, he got up and walked out. I waited a full minute before opening my eyes. The sound of a man unraveling wasn't always loud. Sometimes it was just the silence after a lie stopped working. By Monday, the panic had set in. Not dramatic panic, nothing shouted or thrown. Just the kind that hums under the surface, distorting everything. He started sending me texts during the day more than usual. Not sweet or flirty, but overly attentive. What are you up to? Thinking about you. Let me know if you need anything. I replied when I felt like it. Short answers, no emojis. I wasn't being cold. I just didn't feel the need to play along anymore. By the third message, he sent a voice note. You've been quiet today. Everything good? His voice was careful, soft, the kind of tone people use when they're afraid something's slipping through their fingers. That night, he showed up at my office. No warning. Just appeared in the lobby holding coffee and a bag of pastries from a cafe I used to like. Figured you could use a break, he said, trying to sound casual. But his eyes were scanning me, searching for clues. Everything okay? I asked. Yeah, just missed you. I forced a smile. Thanks for the coffee. He lingered longer than he should have, then kissed me goodbye. Not on the cheek or forehead, on the lips, deliberately, like he needed the staff to see it, like he needed witnesses. At home that evening, he cooked again. 3 nights in a row. He even bought candles I hadn't used in months. Tried to recreate a dinner we had years ago on a random rainy night. Remember this? He asked, pointing at the pasta. I nodded. You added too much garlic that time. He smiled, but I saw the strain in it. After dinner, he brought up the idea of taking a few days off together. Just us. Disconnect from everything. Go somewhere quiet. He kept saying quiet like it was a promise or a solution. I said maybe, then went upstairs alone. I watched his reflection in the hallway mirror as he stood by the sink, drying dishes with more force than necessary. By Wednesday, the flowers returned. This time delivered to my office, bigger, flashier. A handwritten note that read, "Just because you deserve the world." It didn't feel romantic. Felt like pressure. My coworker smiled when she saw them. He's really putting in effort, huh? I just nodded. The next morning, he asked if I wanted to look at properties. Not to move now, he clarified. Just to see what's out there. Dream a little. I asked why. He hesitated, then said, "It's good to have vision," but I saw it for what it was. He was trying to secure something, redirect the conversation to a future that depended on him. Thursday night, I tested something new. I mentioned casually, while scrolling through my phone, that my family might be scaling back on a few investments, that my dad was becoming more private, less inclined to discuss numbers. He didn't react right away, but later I caught him standing in the hallway with his phone, whispering again. I didn't catch the words, but his tone was tight, urgent. Friday morning, he brought me breakfast in bed. He hadn't done that since our first year. He sat beside me, watched me eat like I might disappear. "I've been thinking," he said slowly. "We should talk more. Really talk. I feel like we've been drifting a little." I set the tray aside. "What do you want to talk about?" "Just everything. Us, our future, how we're doing." "How do you think we're doing?" He swallowed. "I don't know. Sometimes you seem far away." "Do I?" He reached for my hand. "I don't want to lose what we've built." I let him hold it. Let him say the things he thought would fix it. But I didn't return them. I just listened because it wasn't about fixing anymore. It was about watching him realize he was losing. That night, he cried. It wasn't loud or messy. Just a few silent tears while he sat on the couch pretending to scroll through something on his phone. I didn't ask why. I didn't offer comfort. He didn't try to explain. He just wiped his face and kept pretending. And for once, I think he knew I saw it. By Saturday morning, something had shifted inside me. The notebook I'd been keeping quietly, methodically, was nearly full. Dates, behaviors, small inconsistencies. Every entry was a step back toward clarity. And now, looking at the pattern spread across weeks of careful observation, I knew I couldn't keep pretending much longer. He made breakfast again. Too much food. Too many questions. Do you want to go for a walk later? Should we book that trip next weekend? Have you talked to your mom recently? No, I said to the last one. Why? Just wondering, he replied. You've been quiet with them lately. I hadn't been quiet with them. I'd been thinking about what I would say when I was ready. That afternoon, I made a decision. I called my parents and asked if I could come over. Just to talk, I said. About something important. When I arrived, they were waiting in the kitchen, concern written across their faces. I sat down and took a breath. I need to tell you something about him, I said. About our marriage. I explained what I'd overheard in the phone call, the words he'd used, the tone, the casual way he'd discussed our relationship as a financial arrangement. I kept my voice steady, factual. No tears, no anger, just the truth. My mother's hand went to her mouth. My father sat back in his chair, silent for a long moment. How long have you known? He asked finally. 2 weeks. And you're certain about what you heard? Completely. He nodded slowly. What do you want to do? I appreciated that he didn't try to fix it or minimize it. He just asked what I needed. I'm not sure yet, I said. But I wanted you to know before I decide anything. My mother reached across the table and squeezed my hand. We're here for whatever you need. Driving home, I felt lighter. Not because the problem was solved, but because I wasn't carrying it alone anymore. That evening, I suggested dinner out. I needed to test something, to see if he could still perform when I wasn't actively giving him the responses he was used to. He brightened immediately. Really? Where do you want to go? Somewhere nice, I said. Your choice. He chose the steakhouse, of course. At dinner, he was animated, almost giddy, talking about plans for the summer, ideas for redecorating the guest room, a business concept he'd been refining. He ordered wine without asking what I wanted. Halfway through the meal, I decided to ask a simple question. What would you do if my family's financial situation changed? I asked casually, cutting into my salmon. He paused mid-chew. What do you mean? If the trust were restructured? Or if my dad decided to step back from certain investments? What would that mean for your plans? He set down his fork. Why are you asking? Just curious. He studied my face for a moment, then forced a smile. It wouldn't change anything. I mean, yeah, some opportunities might look different, but that's not why I'm here. No, of course not. He reached across the table for my hand. I'm here because I love you. I let him take my hand, but didn't squeeze back. That's good to know, I said, but his eyes had changed. The easy confidence from earlier in the evening was gone, replaced by something more careful, more calculated. When we got home, he was quiet. He said he had some emails to catch up on and disappeared into his office. I could hear him on the phone later, voice low, door closed. I didn't try to listen. I didn't need to. I'd already seen enough. That night, I lay in bed while he worked late. I stared at the ceiling and thought about the conversation at dinner. How quickly his expression had shifted when I mentioned my family's money. How his first concern had been about opportunities rather than about my family's well-being. I thought about the phone call that had started all of this. The casual cruelty in his voice when he'd called our marriage awful. The laugh when he'd called me clueless. And I realized I'd been asking myself the wrong question. It wasn't whether I could forgive him. It was whether I wanted to spend another day pretending I didn't know who he really was. The answer was simple. I didn't. By Sunday afternoon, the decision had taken root. There was no big emotional climax. No moment of rage or screaming into a mirror. Just a steady, cold clarity. I was done pretending. He suggested dinner again, this time at home. Said he wanted to cook for me. Something special. Just us, he said. No distractions. I said yes. He spent the afternoon marinating chicken, chopping herbs like he was auditioning for some glossy version of himself. He lit candles, set the table with folded napkins and the wine glasses we only used when my parents visited. You look beautiful, he said when I came downstairs. I said, "Thank you." He served the food with a flourish, made a toast to new beginnings. I raised my glass but didn't drink. We talked about nothing. Weather, a neighbor's new car, a friend from college he ran into last week. I let him guide the conversation, let him spin the illusion a little longer. Then, while he was clearing the plates, I said, "I want to talk about the call." He froze with his back to me, his hands still gripping the edge of the sink. "What call?" I waited until he turned around, his face carefully blank. "The one you forgot to hang up." His mouth opened, then closed. He began. "I heard everything," I said calmly. "Every word." He looked at the floor, then at me. "It wasn't what you think. You said our marriage was awful." I was venting, having a bad day. "You said you're only with me because of my family's money." I was being stupid. I didn't mean it. You know how guys talk when they are frustrated. "You called me clueless." His jaw clenched. "It was a joke. A bad one. I was angry about something else. You said I'd never see it coming." The silence stretched between us. He sat down across from me, leaning forward. "Look, I've made mistakes. I've gotten comfortable with your family's generosity. Maybe I've taken advantage of that, but that doesn't mean I don't love you. Doesn't it?" "No," he said firmly. "I married you because I love you. Everything else is just circumstantial." I studied his face, the earnest expression he was trying so hard to maintain. "When we first met," I said slowly, "how long did it take you to ask about my family?" He blinked. "What do you mean? First date? Second date? When did you bring up what my father did for work?" "I don't remember exactly." "Second date," I said. "Over coffee. You asked what my parents did. And when I told you about the business, you got very interested. Started asking follow-up questions. That's normal. People ask about families. You researched my father before our third date. I remember because you mentioned an article about him that had just been published. One you couldn't have found unless you were looking." His face flushed slightly. "I was interested in your life. That's what people do when they're dating." "Is it?" He stood up, agitated now. "You're twisting everything, making it sound calculated when it wasn't." "Then explain the pattern." "What pattern?" "The way you always suggest expensive places when my parents are paying. The way you get quiet when I mention budgeting our own money. The way every business idea you have involves my father's connections. Those are just practical considerations." "For who?" He ran his hands through his hair. "You're being unfair. You're taking normal relationship dynamics and making them sound sinister." "Normal?" "Yes, normal. Couples leverage each other's strengths. They build on what each person brings to the table." "And what do I bring?" He hesitated just for a moment. "You bring yourself, your intelligence, your kindness, my family's money." "That's not what I was going to say. But it's what you were thinking." He sank back into his chair, looking suddenly exhausted. "I don't know how to convince you." "You can't," I said quietly, "because I heard what you really think in your own words when you thought no one was listening." He was quiet for a long time. "Then what happens now?" "I think you should stay somewhere else for a while." "For how long?" "I don't know yet." He nodded slowly like he'd been expecting this. "And us?" "There is no us. Not anymore." He looked at me across the flickering candles. The carefully prepared dinner now cold between us. "I never meant for you to get hurt," he said. "I know," I replied. "You never meant for me to find out." When I went upstairs, I could hear him moving around the kitchen, cleaning up, putting away the fantasy dinner that was supposed to fix things. I sat on the bed in the dark, listening to the quiet sounds of a man finally understanding that some lies are too big to survive discovery. He hadn't apologized for deceiving me, only for getting caught. He left the next morning. No suitcase, just a backpack and his laptop. Said he'd figure something out. Said it wasn't permanent. "I just want to give you space," he added, standing in the doorway like he was still waiting for permission to come back. I didn't say anything. After the door closed, I locked it behind him. Not dramatically, just a quiet turn of the bolt. Then I stood in the hallway for a long time, listening to the silence. He texted twice that afternoon. I'm sorry. I still love you. I didn't reply. By evening, the messages escalated. Can we talk? I can explain better in person. You're shutting me out, and that's not fair. It wasn't anger yet, just desperation dressed as sincerity. The next day, a flower delivery arrived. White roses, a note tucked inside, still hoping for us. They went straight into the trash. He started calling after that. I didn't block him yet. I wanted to hear what he'd say when I didn't answer. Voicemails piled up, calm at first, then emotional. One ended with, I can't sleep. I keep thinking about what we had. Another, I made mistakes, but we can fix them. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. On Thursday, he left a letter in the mailbox. For pages, handwritten, his version of a confession. He said he was lost when we met, that he admired my strength, my ambition, that it intimidated him, that it also drew him in. He wrote about his failures, career setbacks, insecurities he never shared, how he felt less than around my family. He didn't mention money until the last paragraph. Maybe I leaned on your family too much. Maybe I thought it would be easier with their help, but I never loved you less because of it. That was the closest he got to admitting anything. No acknowledgement of the lies, of the plan, of the conversation he never expected me to hear. Just soft phrasing and emotional framing. As if the real betrayal was me not understanding him, he ended the letter with, let me prove myself to you. Let me show you who I really am. I folded the pages neatly and placed them in the back of the drawer with everything else. Because I already knew who he really was, and no performance now could change it. On Friday, he called my mother. I don't know what he said, but she texted me afterward. He reached out. Just wanted you to know I didn't engage. Then later that night, he called again. I let it ring. Then he sent a voice note. I keep thinking about Nashville, he said. That weekend, we got caught in the storm and ended up staying in that little motel. You were so cold, and I gave you my jacket. You fell asleep on my shoulder. That wasn't fake. None of that was fake. His voice broke. He sniffled, let a silence stretch before whispering, please don't let this be the end. But it was. Because those memories he kept referencing, those flashes of tenderness, weren't lies. That was the most painful part. They were real moments offered by a man who never intended to stay unless it paid off. By Sunday, the tone changed. He texted, I think you're making a mistake. Then we had something real, even if parts of it were messy. Then finally, you're going to regret this when the anger wears off. There it was. The pivot from remorse to blame. I didn't respond. I just forwarded the messages to my lawyer. We were already in the process, slow, quiet, legal, not public yet, but the groundwork was there. My parents had been measured and calm throughout. My father sent one message after reviewing the paperwork. Proud of how you're handling this. Let us know if you need anything else. I didn't need anything. Not from them. Not from him. What I needed now was silence, space, time to remember how it felt to breathe without being observed. He tried one last time the following Tuesday. Showed up at my office. The receptionist buzzed my desk. There's someone here asking to speak with you. I looked up from my monitor. Tell him I'm in a meeting. I didn't need to see his face. He'd already shown me everything. The papers were served on a Wednesday. There was no announcement, no dramatic handoff, just a courier with a neutral expression handing over an envelope with my name and his. I knew he'd be at the apartment he was staying in, one he'd borrowed from a friend while giving me space. I waited. That night, he didn't text, didn't call. The silence felt different this time. Less calculated, more like retreat. Thursday morning, my lawyer called. He's lawyered up, she said. Standard firm. Nothing aggressive so far. What did he say? He's not contesting the separation, but he's requesting mediation. Says he wants to protect what's fair. I didn't ask what he meant by fair. I already knew. That afternoon, I sat in a conference room while my attorney went over a list of items he was requesting clarity on. Joint account balances, shared property, business-related contributions. No mention of love, of reconciliation, of fixing anything. Just numbers. He's trying to walk away with what he thinks he's entitled to, my lawyer said. You ready for this? Yes, I said. But I want everything documented. And so we documented. The joint account showed irregular withdrawals going back almost 6 months. Transfers to a second personal account we hadn't previously known about. Small amounts at first, then larger ones. Patterns of movement, attempts to hide. One of the transfers had been labeled consulting support, but the company it referenced didn't exist. Another had gone directly to a private account linked to a woman's name I didn't recognize. But my lawyer did some digging. College girlfriend, still in the same state, recently unemployed, and he'd sent her money. Not once, not twice, 7 times. Amounts ranging from $300 to a little over $1,000. Always spaced weeks apart. That's not charity, my lawyer said. That's maintenance. We included it all. The fake business names, the mismatched expense reports, the sudden surge of interest in financial literacy startups that seemed to exist only on paper. My lawyer raised a brow. He's either very sloppy or very confident you wouldn't notice. Both, I said. When he finally responded through his legal team, the tone had shifted again. He wasn't denying the transactions, just contextualizing them. He claimed he'd supported me emotionally, that our lifestyle had been mutually agreed upon, that any financial benefits he received were incidental, not manipulative. But the documents told another story. And for the first time since this began, I felt angry. Not heartbreak, not sadness, just the raw heat of having been quietly used. He hadn't even tried to keep the story straight. He just assumed I wouldn't look. We scheduled the formal mediation 2 weeks later. He walked in wearing a blazer, smiling like we were there to negotiate a misunderstanding. I didn't smile back. The mediator outlined the terms. My lawyer laid out our findings. His lawyer looked increasingly uncomfortable. I didn't say much. I didn't need to. The paper trail was louder than anything I could have said. At one point, he looked over at me and said, I never meant for it to get this far. And I just said, you meant it to go far enough. He didn't speak again for the rest of the meeting. We didn't finish that day, too much to sort through. But by the second session, the terms were clear. He'd walk away without contesting the dissolution. No claim on family assets. No share of anything tied to the trust. He asked to keep a watch I'd given him on our first anniversary. I said no. He didn't fight it. By the end of the month, the filings were complete. Nothing public yet, but official enough. My name restored to its original form. Access to all financial systems reset. All joint accounts closed. Phone plans separated. Keys collected. Took 3 months total. No drawn-out court battle, no public scandal. Just the slow, deliberate dismantling of a lie. The woman he'd been sending money to, she showed up in the financial records but never contacted me. I didn't need to speak with her. I already knew what kind of story he'd told her, too. Something about being misunderstood, pressured, trapped in a marriage that didn't reflect who he really was. Maybe it was true. Maybe it was just another version of the script. Either way, I didn't care. By the time the divorce was finalized, I'd moved into a smaller place. Something mine. Nothing fancy, just quiet. I changed my number. He sent one final email. No subject line, just a short message. I never stopped loving you. I read it once, then deleted it. Not out of anger, out of relief. Some people say closure comes with forgiveness. I disagree. For me, closure came in silence. In the stillness of a house where I didn't have to watch my words or measure his moods. In waking up without dread. In knowing I didn't have to explain myself to someone who had never really been listening. I didn't tell many people what had happened. Just my family, my sister, a few close friends. Most others filled in their own blanks. That was fine. Let them. I started working longer hours, not because I needed to, but because I wanted to. I rediscovered what it felt like to be proud of myself. Not as part of a couple, not as someone's wife, but just me. There were bad days. Days when I questioned everything. Wondered how I could have missed it. Wondered if that version of love was all I'd ever been trained to recognize. But those days came less often. And when they did, I didn't fight them. I let them move through me like weather. And then I kept going. I donated the dress I wore to that steakhouse dinner, the one where I first realized I couldn't pretend anymore. I threw out the wine glasses we only used for show. I replaced the silverware set we'd picked together. Small things, petty maybe, but they made space. I went to therapy. I told the truth out loud. Heard myself say the words, "He used me." And my therapist didn't flinch, didn't rush to soften it. She just asked, "And what did that teach you about yourself?" I didn't answer right away, but I kept going back. My parents were exactly what I needed. Calm, grounded, not vengeful. My father never once said, "I told you so." He just helped me get the documents in order. Gave me a quiet nod when everything was finalized. My mother cried once quietly over coffee. "You deserved better," she said. "I know," I replied. And I did. As for him, he disappeared the way people like him do, quietly, with dignity rehearsed for an audience that no longer existed. Last I heard, he moved to another city, tried starting a new consultancy, rebranded himself online. Same smile, different captions. One of my old college friends messaged me. "Isn't this your ex?" she asked, sending me a link to his new website. I didn't open it. I just replied, "Not anymore. I don't know who he's dating now. I don't want to know, but I can imagine the script, the charm, the part where he presents himself as someone who almost had it all, if not for some cruel misunderstanding. I don't need to warn anyone. Life has a way of catching up with people like him. And anyway, he's not my responsibility anymore. I've built a life that no longer circles around someone else's ambition. I wake up, make my own coffee, take walks just because I want to. I don't check anyone's schedule before making plans. I don't filter myself to keep someone comfortable. One night, a few months after the divorce was finalized, I found the notebook I used to keep, the one where I'd written down his behaviors, the patterns, the lies. I read a few pages. Then I threw it in the trash. Not because I wanted to forget, but because I didn't need it anymore. The proof had served its purpose. The real transformation wasn't about exposing him. It was about reclaiming myself. I was no longer the woman being managed like an investment. I was no longer the wife someone chose for access. I was someone who saw the truth, held her ground, and walked away. That was the story worth remembering. Epilogue, where everyone ended up. He moved to another city, rebranded himself as a resilient entrepreneur with a personal growth narrative. His social media is full of polished captions about setbacks and reinvention. He never admitted what he did. Still curates his life for an invisible audience, still chasing validation in borrowed language. The woman from college. She never reached out. She likely went on with her life. Whether he's still part of it or not, I'll never know. The money she received was part of his long-term plan. But like most of his plans, it didn't survive exposure. My parents. Still present, still steady, careful with their words. Not because they doubt me, but because they trust one can carry my own weight now. Quietly proud, fiercely protective, but from a respectful distance. Me free, not flawless, not entirely healed, but whole. For the first time in years, I'm not waiting for someone else's next move. I'm not anticipating the turn in someone else's mood. I'm not performing. I'm just living. And that's more than enough. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My parents told me that if I don't take my 12-year-old stepsister on the trip I planned with my friends, I have to cancel everything. 3 years ago, my dad married Maria, and with the package came my now stepsister, who is currently 12 years old and named Valentina. I know a 12-year-old can be a little annoying, but Valentina is on another level. The girl is out of control. If you don't do what she wants, or if everyone doesn't do what she wants, she throws a tantrum like a 2-year-old until Maria, her mother, gives in to her demands because that's always what ends up happening. So, she already throws the tantrum knowing that, in the end, her mother will cave, the typical scenario. Basically, she wants attention all the time. If someone else is the center of attention and not her, brace yourself for chaos. Imagine that at any birthday party, even if it's not hers, she needs to receive a gift too because she can't accept that someone gets something without her also getting something. And obviously, at every birthday, she blows out the candles with the birthday person. But it's not the usual situation where the birthday child blows out the candle first and then the other kids join in. No, she has to be right there blowing the candle with the birthday person. There isn't a single birthday photo where this girl isn't glued next to the cake. And of course, she wants to be invited to absolutely every plan, every event, every outing. Even if she doesn't want to go, she wants the invitation. Her presence must be requested. This year for my birthday, I decided to take a trip with my 3 best friends. We're going to the beach and rented an Airbnb right by the ocean. Since it was my birthday, my parents covered part of the trip as a gift to me, making it cheaper for me and my friends. We were really happy and grateful for that because it significantly lowered our travel costs. The problem started when Valentina found out we were going on a trip to celebrate my birthday. Obviously, she wanted to come. She asked me if she could go, and honestly, I laughed at the moment and said, "No, Veen, it won't be fun for you to travel with me and my friends. You'll get really bored." But guess what? The brat kept insisting, and I expected my dad or Maria to say something since they were right there listening to the conversation. But they said nothing. In the end, I thought she'd forget about it since there was still a month left before the trip. After all, she's a kid. She could easily get distracted by something else. My friends and I continued planning everything. My parents helped with part of the costs, but they didn't pay for everything. We booked several things and used our own savings to cover expenses. It wasn't a full gift, just an assist. Then, a week before the trip, guess what? The brat remembered. And not only did she remember, but she wouldn't stop insisting every single day. It was crying, tantrums, and non-stop begging. "Can I go? Can I go? Can I go?" At first, I was patient and calmly explained why she couldn't come. But at some point, I was exhausted and just said directly, "No, you can't come. That's it. Someone needs to teach you what it means to hear a no." Oh, the drama. She ran off crying to her mother. And then Maria came to tell me that I had no right to discipline her daughter. And all I could think was, well, someone has to do it, Mom, because clearly you're not. 3 days before the trip, my dad and Maria called me for a serious conversation and told me I would have to take Valentina on the trip with my friends. They said she just couldn't get over it, that she was devastated, and that they couldn't make her let it go. They asked me to take her. I told them I didn't want to be a babysitter on my birthday, that the plans we made weren't suitable for a 12-year-old. Imagine me and my friends, all almost 30, going to the beach, going out to parties, dining out. I can't take a 12-year-old to that, and I wasn't about to change the entire trip just to babysit. I explained all this to them, but it wasn't enough, so they gave me an ultimatum. Either I take Valentina or they won't pay for any part of the trip anymore. They said they would withdraw the financial support they had promised. At that moment, I cried out of anger, when you cry from sheer indignation. I couldn't believe what they were doing. I told them this wasn't fair, that my friends were also counting on that support, and that they weren't just messing with me, but with 3 other people who had financially planned their trip based on that money. Everything was already set, we were 3 days away. They couldn't just change the rules now. And you know what they did? Nothing. They stuck to their decision. Now I have 2 options. Take the brat on the trip or drown myself in debt to cover what they won't pay anymore because, honestly, we don't have enough money to cover that part without their help. We were counting on that support. So either I get myself into serious debt or I'm forced to take the spoiled little brat with me. So yeah, happy birthday to me. In the end, I had no choice. My friends and I talked and came to the conclusion that there wasn't enough time to get more money even if we tried. There were only a few days left and we couldn't cover everything without my parents' help. So, with deep hatred and a lump in my throat, I accepted taking Valentina. She was so happy when she found out she was going that she even gave me a hug, as if it were a prize for her, a trophy won through crying and manipulation. Maria and my dad pretended nothing had happened, as if they hadn't blackmailed me and ruined my dream trip. On the day of the flight, I already knew I was going to regret it, but I had no idea how much. From the moment we arrived at the airport, Valentina started causing trouble. She didn't want to walk too much, complained that her suitcase was too heavy, that she was thirsty, that she wanted a snack, that she wanted candy, that she was tired. We checked in and went to the boarding gate, and the brat kept insisting that she wanted a toy from one of the airport stores. I told her no, that I wasn't going to spend money on that, that she was already going on a trip she wasn't even supposed to be on. And what happened? She threw herself on the floor. Yes, right in the middle of the airport. She started crying, screaming, stomping her feet like a 2-year-old. Everyone was staring. My friends were already losing their patience. And one of them said, "This can't be real. We're really taking this on the trip?" And I just wanted to bury my face in the floor out of sheer embarrassment. The flight was another torture. She kept insisting she wanted the window seat, but the seats were already assigned. She made a huge drama, sulked, and spent half the time poking my friend next to her, asking how much longer until we arrived, complaining about the airplane food, the noise, everything. We arrived at our destination exhausted, but I was still trying to convince myself that it might be worth it. After all, we were at the beach in a beautiful place. But I underestimated Valentina's ability to turn any moment into a nightmare. She wanted attention all the time. If she wasn't the center of attention, she would find a way to be. At our first dinner out to celebrate my birthday, she started complaining that she was bored. She took my phone without asking, started making noise, and interrupted any conversation that wasn't about her. If we started laughing at something, she would immediately butt in asking, What? Why are you laughing?" And if we didn't explain, she would sulk. The next day we went to the beach. My friends and I just wanted to enjoy, sunbathe, relax, but the brat wouldn't let us. First, she complained that the sand was too hot, then that the water was too salty, then that she wanted ice cream. We bought one, but then she dropped hers on the ground and had a meltdown. Screamed, cried, kicked, saying she wanted another one. I refused, and she was furious, saying I was horrible. She spent the whole afternoon sulking, making angry faces, and saying she wanted to go home. At night, things got even worse. My friends and I wanted to go to a bar, but obviously with Valentina there that was impossible, so we had to change our plans and go to some random restaurant instead. She spent the whole time on her phone, interrupting every adult conversation with dumb questions or complaining that she was sleepy. The last straw was when we tried to book a boat tour. We were all excited. It would be an amazing experience seeing the open sea, maybe even dolphins. But guess what? Valentina started crying, saying she didn't want to go, said she would get seasick, that she was scared, that she didn't like boats. We tried to ignore her and went ahead with the plan, but she spent the entire time complaining, saying she wanted to go back to the shore, that she was tired. At one point, she threw herself on the floor of the boat because she wanted a soda and no one had bought one. Yes, she threw a tantrum in the middle of the ocean on a boat full of tourists. The guide was visibly uncomfortable, and my friends looked at me with a mix of pity and rage. By the end of that day, one of my friends had had enough and pulled me aside to talk. She said this wasn't what we had planned, that she was really upset that she had expected a fun trip, not a nightmare with a spoiled kid ruining everything. And she was right. I went back to my room and cried out of anger, frustration, disgust. My birthday, my dream trip, had been ruined, and all I could feel was rage toward my parents for putting me in this situation. The trip continued to be a nightmare until the very last day when we got back home. Valentina arrived happy and satisfied, as if she had been the queen of the trip. When my dad and Maria asked how it was, she said, "It was fun, but she was really mean and didn't let me do everything I wanted." I looked at my parents expecting them to see the damage they had caused, but they just laughed and said, "Oh, Valentina has a strong personality, doesn't she?" I have never felt so much hatred in my entire life. When I got back home, I felt an unbearable weight in my chest. It was a mix of shame, anger, and a sense of failure I had never felt before. I couldn't even look at my friends. I knew they were just as disappointed as I was that this trip was something we had planned for so long, and that I had dragged along a brat who ruined everything. Not because I wanted to, but because my parents forced me. But in the end, that didn't matter. The trip was a disaster, and I felt like it was all my fault. For the first few days after we got back, I avoided responding in our group chat as much as possible. I saw them talking to each other, discussing work and other things, but none of them mentioned the trip. That only made me feel worse. I knew we needed to talk, but just thinking about facing that conversation made me want to disappear. At home, the situation didn't help at all. My parents kept acting like nothing had happened and Valentina was more unbearable than ever. What did she learn from this trip? That she can do whatever she wants, push any situation until she gets her way, and that, in the end, there are no consequences for her. Everything was perfect, but for me, every time I looked at her, I felt a growing hatred. I spent weeks like this, trying to ignore everything, until one day, while I was sitting on the couch scrolling through my phone, my friends showed up. They rang the doorbell, and when I opened the door and saw all three standing there, my heart sank. They walked in and sat down, all with serious expressions. I knew they weren't just there to visit. Finally, one of them spoke. "We need to talk." I lowered my head, feeling my throat tighten. I didn't want to hear what they had to say because I already knew. I knew they were disappointed. I knew I had ruined the trip. I knew I had done everything wrong. "Look, we understand what happened." One of them started. "We know you were forced to take that girl. We know it wasn't your fault." I lifted my head immediately, surprised. "What do you mean? You think we didn't notice?" Another one replied. "It was obvious that you didn't want her there, that you were just as frustrated as we were." I let out a sigh of relief, but before I could say anything, the part one was expecting came. "But there's something we need to tell you," one of them continued, looking at me seriously. "You need to get out of this house." My stomach twisted instantly. "What do you mean? You're almost 30 years old and you're still here, stuck in this nightmare," she said bluntly. "Your parents clearly don't respect you. They blackmailed you, made you ruin your own birthday, and didn't even care about how you felt. But I have nowhere to go." I tried to argue, feeling a lump in my throat. "Then do something, anything, but don't stay here. If you do, you'll never have peace. You'll always be forced to put up with this, always be treated like a doormat. You need to take control of your life." I knew they were right, but hearing it out loud made me feel even worse because, deep down, I knew it was true. I was living under my parents' roof, dependent on them, and because of that, I could never really stand up for myself. I would always be treated as a burden, as someone without a voice. I spent the next few days thinking about it. What could I do? How could I leave? I had never been financially independent. I needed to find a way to make money, and fast. That's when I thought of something. I had always loved doing makeup. I started experimenting with different looks on myself, posting on social media. At first, no one cared much, but I kept going, practicing every day, improving my skills. Soon, I started offering makeup services to people I knew, charging low prices just to gain experience. I slowly built up a client base, and before I knew it, I was making enough money to support myself. It wasn't a fortune, but it was a start. After months of hard work, I managed to save enough to rent a small apartment. A simple place, but my own. The day I left home was liberating. My parents were surprised when I announced I was moving out, but they didn't do anything to stop me. In fact, they almost seemed relieved. Valentina, as always, threw a fit, saying she would miss me, but deep down, I knew she didn't care. Since then, I've cut off contact. I knew I would never be heard in that house, that no matter what I did, I would always be the one expected to give in, to tolerate everything. I needed to live my life without constantly feeling suffocated. Today, I live alone. I work doing what I love, and for the first time, I truly feel free. My friends are still by my side, and I know I could never have done it without them. If they hadn't come to talk to me that day, I might still be trapped in that hell, waiting for something to change, when in reality, the only person who needed to change was me. After a while, everything started falling into place. I was finally living on my own, working as a makeup artist, and managing to pay my bills without depending on anyone. It wasn't luxurious, but at least it was my life, my rules. I no longer had to deal with Valentina or my parents' emotional blackmail. It was a freedom I had never imagined I would feel. My friends and I went back to how things were before. Little by little, we got over the disaster of that trip, though the trauma of taking Valentina still haunted us from time to time. Whenever someone mentioned the beach, we'd exchange looks and laugh, but at the same time, we felt a certain bitterness. Until one day, one of them had an idea. "I need to make up for my last birthday," she said, laughing. "And this time I want a real trip. We all agreed instantly. It was more than time to do something just for us. No spoiled kids, no manipulative parents. A toast to independence. This time we planned everything carefully. A new destination, a better hotel, and one clear rule. No one besides the four of us, no extra guests, no relatives. Just us and the certainty that this trip would finally be what it should have been from the start. The excitement grew as the days passed, and when it was finally time to board, I felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Just the simple act of getting on that plane without a dead weight tagging along filled me with happiness. And the trip was perfect. We took amazing photos, laughed until our stomachs hurt, drank a lot, and enjoyed every second. We went out dancing without anyone interrupting us, met plenty of interesting guys, and had fun the way we deserved. It was everything we had always wanted. The feeling of being with friends, not having to worry about anyone but ourselves, and spending days soaking up the sun, enjoying the beach, sipping drinks, and basking in our freedom. It was incredible. How, without a brat ruining everything, every moment felt special. No need to negotiate plans, change schedules, or deal with tantrums. Everything just flowed naturally. And of course, we posted photos, a lot of photos. Each picture showed just how happy we were, how this trip was everything it was meant to be. Deep down, I knew this would bother some people, but honestly, not my problem. We returned feeling refreshed, renewed, and ready to take on life again. But of course, I should have known my dad and Maria wouldn't let it slide. The call came just a few days after I got home. My dad, with that serious and tired tone, started a speech that made me roll my eyes before he even finished. Valentina was really upset that you didn't take her this time. She cried a lot, was devastated, saying she wanted to go too. You knew she would want to be with you. It wouldn't have hurt to include your sister. I took a deep breath, stared into the distance, trying to gather patience, but I could already feel the anger rising. Are you serious? Of course I am, he replied. You didn't have to be so cruel. You know how she is. I let out a dry laugh. Oh, I know exactly how she is. And I also know that if I had taken her, this trip would have been another nightmare. He sighed like I was the one being unreasonable. You could have thought about her. That was when I lost the last shred of patience I had left. No, Dad, enough. That's it. I spent years thinking about everyone else, letting you decide what was best for me, putting up with emotional blackmail, being forced to drag around your wife's daughter like she was my responsibility. But you know what? She's not my responsibility. She never was. Silence. So, I continued, I respect you, but I'll say this once and I hope you get it. Tell Maria to go to hell and start teaching that girl how to be a decent human being, because I am not her babysitter. I am not responsible for her emotional well-being, and I am definitely not responsible for the parenting you two failed to do. The silence on the other end of the line was the most satisfying thing I had ever heard in my life. And one more thing, Dad. I'm done. Completely done. This is the last time I'm hearing this nonsense. If you and Maria want to keep playing this game, fine, but I'm done. I left that house, I left that life, and I'm not coming back. I waited to see if he would say something. Nothing. So I simply hung up, and for the first time in a long time, I felt completely free. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night with a lump in my throat. I stare at the ceiling, thinking about everything that has happened over the past few years and wondering how I got here. I'm almost 30, and to be completely honest, there are days when I feel like a total failure. I look around and see so many people my age who have already achieved so much. Established careers, their own homes, luxurious trips, well-organized lives, and meanwhile I'm just now starting to build my independence. I feel behind, like I wasted years of my life trapped in something I should never have accepted. I spent a good part of my life letting others decide for me. My parents set the rules, controlled my steps, and in the end, expected me to simply accept whatever situation they put me in because that's just how things are. And I did. I accepted being treated like a burden. I accepted being manipulated. I accepted being forced to swallow ridiculous things because, deep down, I thought I had no choice, or rather, I believed I had no choice. When you are financially dependent on others, you lose your voice. You can scream, you can protest, you can try to stand your ground, but at the end of the day, If the person who pays your bills doesn't want to listen, they simply won't. And that's exactly what happened to me. It didn't matter if I was unhappy, if I was being forced to carry a responsibility that wasn't mine, if they were ruining my plans and treating me like an emotional caretaker for a spoiled child. They didn't care because, in the end, I had nowhere to go. I couldn't afford a place of my own, I didn't have a stable career, I didn't have an income that allowed me to stand my ground and say no. And that's why when I look back, I feel a mix of anger and sadness. Anger for allowing it to happen, sadness for taking so long to realize I needed to get out. If I could go back in time and talk to my younger self, I'd say, chase your own money, girl, because no one is going to hand you anything. If you don't have financial independence, people will treat you like they're doing you a favor, like you owe them something, like you should be grateful for any crumbs they decide to throw your way. You can have the most loving parents in the world, the most amazing partner, the most loyal friends, but if you don't have your own money, there will always come a moment when someone will make you shut up, a moment when you'll have to swallow your pride and accept things that hurt you because you can't just walk away. And if you think that will never happen to me, believe me, no one thinks it will happen to them until it does. I thought my life was under control, that my parents were fair, that everything would be fine. And one day I woke up being emotionally blackmailed into dragging a brat along on the one thing I had actually planned for myself. I saw my friends disappointed. I saw my birthday dream go down the drain because I couldn't afford my own trip. Today, I'm not rich. I'm still building my stability, still learning how to be financially independent. But you know what the difference is? Today, no one controls me, no one forces me to do something I don't want to do, no one traps me in ridiculous situations. If something doesn't sit right with me, I get up and leave, and the freedom that comes with that is priceless. So, if you still depend on someone, if you still live in the shadow of others, if you feel like your voice is never heard, start now. Even if it's selling cakes, doing nails, learning a new skill, investing in something of your own, but start. Because at the end of the day, money doesn't buy happiness, but not having money keeps you stuck in situations that make you miserable. And there is nothing sadder than being a grown woman who can't make her own decisions because she has nowhere else to go. Don't be that woman. Be the woman who looks in the mirror and knows she doesn't need anyone to stand on her own. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My name's Isaac, and I'm 30 now. But some memories don't fade. They ferment. They get sharper with time. I don't talk about my childhood much, not because I've forgotten, but because saying it out loud makes it feel real again. Like I'm 12 and standing in the middle of that gas station parking lot all over again. Clutching a candy bar I didn't have money to pay for. Watching my parents' tail lights vanish into the night. It happened in August, right before school started. We'd gone on one of those awkward family bonding trips my mom always insisted we needed. Except bonding in our house meant everyone pretending my dad's rants were wisdom and my older brother Caleb's every mediocre thought was a gift to mankind. I was the quiet one, too sensitive, too soft-spoken, always in the way. On that particular day, I'd spilled a Sprite in the back seat. Caleb, who was 16 then and already a master at deflecting blame, smirked and said, "I did it on purpose." Dad pulled over at the next gas station off the highway, eyes blazing. "You're not a baby anymore," he barked. "You want to act grown? You can figure your own way home." First I laughed. I thought it was one of his twisted jokes. But then the back of the SUV slammed shut and they just drove. I ran after them for a second, calling their names. But my voice cracked and disappeared under the roar of engines and tires. A clerk poked his head out from the gas station door, cigarette dangling from his lips, and gave me a look like I was just another stray someone had dumped. That night, I slept behind the station's dumpster, curled into myself, heart pounding every time a car passed. I remember counting the hours. 80 miles from home. No money, no phone, not a single soul to call. The clerk refused to help when I asked. "Ain't a daycare kid," he muttered. I didn't cry. I think that part of me froze that night, the part that believed family meant anything unshakable. Eventually, I found a pay phone the next morning and called a teacher I trusted, Mrs. Valencia. She was the one who picked me up and took me back to town. I told her my parents must have forgotten me. She didn't believe it. I could tell by the way she tightened her grip on the steering wheel, but she didn't press. She just dropped me off, made sure I had food, and told me I could always call her. When I walked through the front door of our house, no one looked surprised. No one said sorry. Mom glanced up from her laptop and said, "Took you long enough." Caleb was on the couch playing video games and muttered, "Should have walked faster." Dad never even acknowledged it happened. Just nodded at me the next morning at breakfast like everything was normal. That was the day I stopped trying to belong. I finished high school like a ghost in the hallway, ate lunch alone, studied in silence. I got out as soon as I turned 18, worked 3 jobs, put myself through community college, then transferred to a university across the country without telling anyone. I changed my number, never left a forwarding address, and for the first time started breathing on my own. I've spent the last decade building a life they know nothing about. I became a software engineer, moved to a city where no one ever said the words, "Man up," like it was a cure for trauma. I have friends who think of me as grounded and loyal. I even adopted a rescue dog named Max, a skittish little mutt who flinches at raised voices. We understand each other. I never thought I'd hear from them again, but last week a letter showed up at my apartment. No return address, but the handwriting on the front, loopy, dramatic, was unmistakably Mom's. I opened it slowly, half expecting some legal threat or another passive-aggressive note about abandoning the family. But instead, it was a thick envelope. Inside, a wedding invitation from Caleb engraved in gold lettering. All showy and traditional, the kind of thing that screamed rented elegance and fake smiles. And tucked inside was a folded piece of notebook paper handwritten from them. "Isaac, we know things have been distant between us, but Caleb is getting married and it would mean a lot to the family if you could attend. He asked that we reach out to you personally. We hope you'll come. We'd love to reconnect." Mom and Dad, reaching out like nothing ever happened. Like they hadn't left me to rot behind a gas station dumpster when I was 12 and never once apologized. Like Caleb wasn't the golden boy whose shadow I was never allowed to step out of. I sat there staring at the note for a long time. My fingers tightened around the edge of the paper until it crinkled, and for a moment, I almost tossed it into the trash. Almost. But then something in me paused. I flipped the invitation over. Fancy venue, outdoor ceremony, dress code, formal. There was even a QR code to RSVP. As if I were just another distant relative. As if they hadn't taught me what it meant to be disposable. I stared at the note again. It would mean a lot to the family. Interesting, because I wasn't the same kid they dumped on the side of the highway anymore, and if they wanted me back in the picture, I had a few ideas about how I could frame it. Let's just say I didn't RSVP right away. But I did start planning quietly, carefully, like I always have, because some debts don't get paid in words. They get paid in presence. And sometimes showing up is the loudest thing you can do. The moment I saw Caleb's fiancée's name, Emily R. Kensington, printed in embossed cursive on the invitation, I knew exactly what kind of wedding this was going to be. Upper middle class perfection, lawn games, live quartet, personalized cocktail napkins with their initials. The Kensingtons were local royalty back in my hometown. Old money, old gossip, old grudges. I remembered Emily vaguely from school, always dressed like she was heading to church or a job interview, even at age 15. The kind of girl who never had to fight for attention because it was given to her like an inheritance. So Caleb landed her. Of course, he did. The charming oldest son, quarterback smile, parents who orbited around him like he was the sun. My parents probably wore their approval like jewelry. I looked her up online that same night. She was everything you'd expect. Dental school grad, curated Instagram with inspirational quotes and cappuccino art, engagement photos under a tree that looked like it came from a wedding magazine. And there, buried in the tags of one post, was a link to their wedding website. I clicked it. Welcome to Caleb and Emily's Big Day Countdown 3 weeks. Location: Stone Brook Vineyard and Lodge. Registry: Bloomingdale's Crate and Barrel, Amazon. Dress code: black tie optional. Please arrive 30 minutes before the ceremony begins. Shuttle transportation available from the guest hotel. We are so excited to celebrate with friends and family. Family, right? There was even a section titled The Love Story. Caleb had written it himself, or at least it was written from his perspective. It was all so polished it could have been written by a PR firm, I was always the kind of guy who believed in fate. But nothing prepared me for Emily. Her grace, her kindness, the way she looked at me and saw more than just the guy I used to be. More than the guy you used to be. I read that line 3 times. And then I remembered what he used to be. A bully in khakis. A liar with a halo. The same boy who'd once pushed me into a pond at my own 12th birthday party and told our parents I slipped. I had to walk home soaked while everyone else ate cake. They laughed about it for years. I wasn't planning to go to the wedding. Not until I saw that line. Because here was Caleb rewriting his own history, pretending there was no collateral damage in the path he took to manhood. And now the same people who left me behind literally were calling me family again. I didn't RSVP online. That would have been too easy. Instead, I used an old friend from college, Jenny, who now works in logistics, to send me a high-end formal suit, custom fit, midnight blue, with a vest that looked like it belonged in a James Bond film. I even booked a room at the same luxury guest hotel listed on the site, paying up front and under a slightly different name. I didn't want them to know I was coming. Not yet. I figured if they were going to try to pretend the past didn't exist, I'd give them a taste of their own game. 2 weeks before the wedding, I sent a single email to the RSVP address provided. It was Emily's, saying, "Looking forward to the celebration. Please don't mention I'm attending. I'd like to surprise the happy couple. Isaac." No reply, but it was marked as read. The week leading up to the wedding, I cleared my schedule, prepped my dog Max with a sitter, and packed light. Just the suit, a pair of polished shoes, and one old photo, folded and worn, of me at 12 years old standing outside that gas station with a backpack and a blank stare. Mrs. Valencia had taken it the morning she picked me up. She'd printed it years later and mailed it to me with a note that simply said, "You survived." I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it yet, but it felt right to bring it. When I arrived at the vineyard the day before the wedding, the place looked like a set from a movie. Rolling hills, polished wooden beams, fairy lights strung through archways, perfect weather, perfect people. Every detail was calculated to broadcast warmth and elegance, but the kind that excluded people like me by design. The rehearsal dinner was in full swing. I watched from a quiet corner of the outdoor terrace, sunglasses on, suit jacket folded over my arm. No one noticed me at first, and then I saw her, Mom. She looked thinner than I remembered, like a balloon that had slowly deflated but tried to maintain its shape. Her hair was dyed a deeper brown, almost reddish, and she wore a pearl necklace that clashed with her sunburnt neckline. She was laughing, that high, brittle laugh that always sounded like she was trying to convince everyone she was fine. And beside her, Dad, wearing a blazer that probably still had the same money clip in the inside pocket, the one he used to flick open dramatically whenever he wanted to remind us he was providing. His face was puffier than I remembered, like life had finally started pushing back. They were talking to Emily's parents, smiling, shaking hands, praising Caleb with that same sugary tone that once made my skin crawl. I didn't approach them, not yet, but then Caleb turned and, for the first time in almost 2 decades, we locked eyes and his face dropped. Not enough to alert anyone else, but I saw it. The flicker, the unspoken, "What is he doing here?" that passed across his perfectly groomed expression. He raised a glass at me, hesitated, then quickly turned away like he hadn't seen me at all. But I knew he had. And more importantly, now I knew he hadn't told them I was coming. I slipped out before the toast, walked back to the hotel, heart buzzing with adrenaline. My hands were shaking slightly, not with fear, but with anticipation. They had asked me to come. They wanted me to be part of the family again. I was about to show them exactly what that meant, and I hadn't even opened my mouth yet. The morning of the wedding arrived, cloaked in mist and tension. I stood at the floor-length window of my hotel room, watching fog roll across the vineyard hills like something out of a movie. I barely slept. Not from nerves, I wasn't nervous, but from memory. My mind replayed it all like a silent reel. The cold pavement behind the gas station. The look on Mrs. Valencia's face when she pulled up. The silence at home when I returned. I ironed my shirt slowly, deliberately, pressing out every crease like it was a scar I could flatten. Then I reached for the old photo. Folded, Faded. 12-year-old me staring into the distance, eyes wide with something between fear and disbelief. I slid it into my breast pocket behind a silk square, close to my chest. The shuttle to the vineyard was full of guests who didn't know me. Distant cousins, old neighbors, Emily's college friends. Everyone chattered about the venue, the view, the dress. No one looked my way. I preferred it that way. When I stepped off the shuttle, the place had transformed. White chairs fanned out across the grass like dominoes. A floral arch stood center stage, thick with ivory roses and pale greenery. Classical music floated in the air and waiters passed around glasses of Prosecco like it was liquid gold. It was frankly stunning. I kept to the back. I saw them again. My parents now seated in the front row, beaming at guests, shaking hands with the officiant. Dad laughed too loudly. Mom clutched a bouquet of white lilies that didn't suit her at all. Caleb stood off to the side in a tailored tuxedo, talking to someone I assumed was his best man. And Emily, well, she hadn't appeared yet. That's when it happened. An older woman, elegant, silver hair, a navy blue dress, approached me. She stared at me for a beat, then smiled politely. "You must be Isaac." I blinked. "I am. I'm Evelyn Kensington, Emily's mother." Of course. I straightened slightly and extended my hand. She took it with grace, but also something else, curiosity. "Caleb told us you might be here. I just wanted to say, thank you for coming." My guard went up instantly. "He told you I might come?" She nodded, her smile tightening. "He said there had been some distance, but he hoped this would be a step toward healing." I could have laughed, but I didn't. Instead, I said, "He's an optimist." She smiled again, more awkwardly this time. "Well, regardless, welcome. And if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask." I watched her walk away, her heels digging slightly into the grass. So Caleb had told Emily's side of the family, but not mine. Interesting. The ceremony started like any other. Gentle music, guests shifting in their seats, the officiant clearing his throat, and then Emily appeared, glowing, perfect, exactly the image you'd expect. The collective breath of the crowd drew in and held. She walked down the aisle to soft applause. Caleb waited under the arch like a prince accepting his crown, and I watched it all from the back row, silent. The ceremony was short, predictable vows, nervous laughter. I do-s exchanged like currency. Then came the announcement, the kiss, and the clapping. And just like that, they were married. The reception was where it all started to unravel. It was held in a massive glass-walled hall overlooking the vineyard. Chandeliers hung like frozen waterfalls. Every table had a centerpiece of orchids and floating candles. Guests were directed to their seats via printed calligraphy cards. Mine didn't exist. I wandered casually to the table where my parents sat. Empty chair beside them. Name card reserved for family. I hovered. Mom's eyes landed on me. "Oh, you made it," she said, sipping wine, not even standing. "Apparently," I said. Dad didn't speak. He looked at me, his expression unreadable, then leaned back slightly like I was a question he didn't want to answer. "I didn't see a seat card for me," I said calmly. Mom shrugged. "Must have been a mistake. Maybe you're at one of the other tables. We didn't handle the seating arrangements." "Sure you didn't." I glanced around. Tables were nearly full. Laughter rose from all directions. And then I spotted Caleb across the room, deep in conversation with Emily and two older gentlemen in tuxedos. He saw me. He didn't smile. Instead, he walked directly toward me. "Hey," he said, dropping his voice low. "Glad you could make it." "No thanks to you," I replied. He exhaled. "Listen, I didn't think you'd actually come, but you invited me. I asked Mom and Dad to invite you." "That's different." My jaw clenched. "I figured you'd see the invite, toss it, and move on like you always do," he said. I looked at him, really looked at him. Tan, styled, confident, a man who'd never truly paid for anything in blood or silence. "I came because I wanted to see if he remembered," I said quietly. "Remember what?" I didn't answer. I reached into my jacket and pulled out the photo. I held it up, letting it speak. His expression shifted, subtle, but real. I darted to the photo, then to my face, then back. He swallowed. That was years ago. Yes, I said. And you never said a word. Never told them to turn back. Never checked if I made it home alive. He looked around like someone might overhear. Isaac, it was one bad night. You were dramatic even then. I thought you were over it. Over it. Something inside me stilled. I'm not here to ruin your wedding, I said. You can relax. He gave a short, hollow laugh. Good. But I am staying until the speeches. He looked at me again as if he wasn't sure whether I was bluffing. I wasn't, because the best revenge isn't loud. It's surgical, and I had a toast prepared. One they'd never forget. The ballroom lights dimmed as waiters cleared the last of the dinner plates. Guests buzzed in a champagne haze, some leaning back with full stomachs, others dancing in polite little circles to a four-piece jazz band tucked in the corner. Caleb and Emily sat at a long head table, their names in gold script behind them. Everything sparkled, the wine glasses, the forks, even the people. A man in a powder blue suit clinked his glass. The room quieted. It's time for a few words from the people who know the bride and groom best. There was polite applause, and Emily's father stood to speak first. His voice was smooth, rehearsed, a blend of wealth and warmth. He talked about Emily's childhood, her dreams, the first time she mentioned Caleb. He even cracked a joke about Caleb being so charming. We didn't even realize he was trying to marry up. Everyone laughed. Next came the best man, Caleb's college roommate, who kept things light and funny. Something about frat parties, Caleb's inability to cook, and how lucky he was to have found Emily. It was the kind of speech you expect. A little heart, a little humor, no sharp edges. Then the MC took the mic again and glanced down at a list. And finally, we have a special toast from Isaac. The room went quiet. All eyes shifted. My parents froze mid-sip. Caleb's jaw tightened. Emily blinked in confusion, and I stood up. I walked slowly to the mic, ignoring the awkward shifting around me. A few guests whispered. Some looked puzzled. Others simply stared, unsure of who I was or why I was speaking. I tapped the mic once. It rang through the room. Good evening, I said, voice steady. I'm Isaac, Caleb's younger brother. A few heads turned sharply now. The words landed like a ripple in still water. I could almost hear the murmurs begin to circulate. He has a brother? I wasn't sure I was going to come tonight, I continued. In fact, I spent the last few weeks thinking about whether I should. You see, I haven't spoken to my family in 18 years. Silence. Not the good kind, the kind that sucks the air out of the room. I got a wedding invitation out of nowhere. No call, no email, just a card and a note that said, "It would mean a lot to the family if you came." I let the words sit, then I pulled the photo from my pocket. This is me at 12 years old. I held it up between two fingers. Guests craned their necks to see. This was taken the morning after my parents left me at a gas station 80 miles from home. I had spilled a soda in the car, and instead of scolding me, they left. Told me to man up and figure it out. The crowd shifted. Uneasy glances. The sound of a wine glass being gently set down. They didn't come back. They didn't call. I slept behind a dumpster. The only reason I made it home was because a teacher picked me up the next day. I never got an apology. Not from my parents. Not from Caleb. And until this wedding invitation arrived, I thought they were all perfectly happy pretending I didn't exist. I looked at my parents. Dad's face was pale. Mom's mouth hung slightly open, as if she was trying to summon a response but couldn't find one fast enough. Now, I'm not here to ruin anyone's evening, I said. Emily, you seem lovely. Your family has been kind and welcoming. And Caleb, well, you've always known how to put on a good face. That line hit hard. His expression cracked for just a moment. But I think weddings are about honesty, about truth. And it wouldn't be honest if I stood here tonight pretending that we were ever close or that I grew up in a house where family meant protection, not survival. The room was stone silent now. People barely breathed. I was invited to this wedding to play a part in a picture-perfect day. A prop, really, a brother-shaped placeholder. I looked back at Caleb. So, consider this my gift to you. I placed the photo on the head table right in front of him. A reminder of what family looks like when you turn your back on it. Then I turned slowly and walked away from the mic. No applause, just stunned silence and a few audible gasps. And as I walked past my parents' table, I heard my mother hiss my name, barely a whisper. My father started to rise, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I exited through the side of the hall and walked out into the cool night. The music now distant behind me. I wasn't angry. I wasn't shaking. I was free. But freedom is a strange thing. It doesn't always come with peace right away. Sometimes it just leaves a silence behind. The kind that makes you wonder what happens next. I had made my move, but the fallout was still coming. The drive back to the hotel was quiet. No jazz band. No clinking glasses. No performative laughter echoing off marble walls. Just the hum of tires against the gravel and the low whir of my thoughts catching up with me. I didn't go back to my room right away. Instead, I took a walk down one of the vineyard trails behind the hotel, winding between rows of dark grapevines under a moonlit sky. The tension in my chest had unraveled thread by thread with every step I took away from that wedding hall. I could still hear my mom's sharp gasp, see Caleb's carefully composed face fracture in real time, and feel the confused stares of strangers trying to connect that had been deliberately erased from the family photo. For most of my life, I believed I was the ghost in my own family. But tonight, I had reminded them I was flesh and blood and memory. And memory is a dangerous thing, especially when the people around you rely on forgetting. Back at the hotel, I found a voicemail waiting from a number I didn't recognize. "Isaac, it's Emily." Her voice was low, calm, but brittle. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect that. I wish someone had told me. I just wanted you to know I'm not mad you said what you did. You deserve to, and I'm sorry. She hung up without giving me a number to call back. That was the first apology I'd received in 18 years. And it wasn't even from my family. I left early the next morning. No breakfast, no drawn-out goodbyes. Just a short email to the front desk asking them to cancel the rest of my reservation and send me the final bill. I didn't feel like waiting around to see the aftermath. I knew my parents. I knew Caleb. They'd either pretend it never happened or scramble to spin it into a misunderstanding. Maybe both. But I also knew the photo was still sitting on the head table when I left. I kept the suit, tossed the tie, went home. And once I was home, really home, in my small apartment where Max greeted me with excited barks and a wagging tail, something strange happened. People started reaching out. First, it was my cousin Hannah. She messaged me on LinkedIn, said she'd heard about the speech from someone at the wedding and wanted to apologize for never asking where I went after I disappeared. Said she always thought it was weird how no one ever mentioned me again, but assumed it was her place not to ask. We talked for a while. She asked if she could visit. I didn't say yes, but I didn't say no. Then came a message from Mrs. Valencia. She still remembered, still had the photo she'd taken. "I always wondered what happened to you," she wrote. "I'm so proud of you, Isaac. I hadn't cried in years, but I did that night. It wasn't loud, just a quiet, aching kind of release. The kind you feel after holding your breath for too long, and finally exhaling. I started sleeping better, waking up earlier. I found a new rhythm. My job felt easier, my code cleaner. I took Max on longer walks, started writing again. Short stories, essays, anything to pour the storm in my head into something that made sense. A week later, I got an email from a woman who worked at a nonprofit for estranged adults. Children who had been cut off, downed, or abandoned. She'd heard about the wedding speech through a friend of a friend who worked the event and thought it was the most quietly powerful thing she'd ever heard. She asked if I'd be willing to speak at one of their private retreats. Not as a motivational speaker, just as someone who lived it. I said yes. That one event turned into 2, then 4. Then an invitation to sit on a panel at a university symposium about family estrangement and trauma recovery. I didn't wear the suit to those, just a simple shirt, jeans, sometimes a blazer if I wanted to look a little more polished. But I always carried the photo. I'd show it when I spoke, tell the story exactly as it happened. No embellishment, just truth. And every time someone came up to me afterward and said, "That happened to me, too," I wasn't alone. I never had been. My voice, the same one they used to call too soft, too sensitive, too quiet, had finally found its volume. It wasn't revenge. Not yet. But it was power. And with every person I helped, every story I heard, every hand I shook, I felt it grow. Not the anger, but the clarity, the certainty. Because while Caleb went back to his new wife and polished reputation, he didn't realize the ripple I'd started or the fact that I wasn't finished. Because soon someone else from their side would come looking and they'd want answers. It started with an email from Emily again. But this time it wasn't short or polite or carefully composed. This one was raw. "Isaac, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Did your parents really leave you like that? At 12? I asked Caleb. He didn't deny it. He just said, "It's complicated." But you didn't sound complicated when you told that story. You sounded clear, like someone who's been carrying something heavy for a long time. If it's true, I need to know more. Please. I stared at the message for a long time. Emily had every reason to shut the door and move on. She could have ignored me, spun it in her head as family drama, written me off as bitter or unstable, but she didn't. She asked for truth, and I wasn't going to waste that. So I replied. I told her everything. No dramatics, no exaggeration, just the sequence of facts. I told her about the gas station, the silence when I returned, how I put myself through school, the way my name was never mentioned again, how they'd rewritten the family photo like I was a smudge they could crop out. I didn't blame her. I didn't ask her to pick sides. I just gave her the truth and let it sit. She replied the next day. I believe you and I need time to process this. They never told me. Caleb said he was an only child until we got engaged. They erased you, and now I'm wondering what else they've rewritten. Would you ever be willing to meet for coffee? Just the two of us. It was like watching a crack form in a window that had always been spotless. I knew better than to push. I said yes, but I let her set the time and place. We met a week later in a quiet cafe 2 towns away from her and Caleb's home. She wore no makeup, no pearls, none of the bridal polish. Just a hoodie and jeans, hair pulled back, eyes swollen like she hadn't slept. When she sat down, she didn't even say hello. She just asked, "What else did they do?" So I told her. Not everything. Not the little humiliations, the 1,000 small cuts that never bled enough for anyone else to notice, but the big ones. Like when my mom forgot my birthday 2 years in a row and then blamed me for not reminding her. Or when Dad refused to co-sign a small student loan, saying, "You'll just waste it," while handing Caleb $5,000 for a trip to Cancun. Emily's hands stayed wrapped around her mug the entire time. She asked questions, took mental notes. She didn't try to defend them, just listened. And finally, she said, "They called you a ghost at the wedding. That's how Caleb explained it. You said you vanished when you were a teen. Said you always had a flair for the dramatic." I blinked. "They used the word ghost?" She nodded. I couldn't help but laugh. Not because it was funny, but because it was so absurdly perfect. "They didn't lose a son," I said. "They buried one." Emily went quiet, then leaned in, her voice low. "You know what scares me most?" I waited. She whispered, "What if they do that to our kids someday?" And there it was, the shift. The doubt had taken root, and Caleb didn't know. Emily stood before she could say anything more. She said she needed time, said she was grateful, said she wasn't ready to talk to him just yet, but she'd be in touch. That was 3 days before I got a letter in the mail. No return address again, just like before. But this time, the handwriting wasn't my mom's. It was my father's. And inside, a note scrawled in rigid, uneven letters. "Isaac, I don't know what you think you're doing. This isn't helping anyone. You're bringing shame on the family. Let it go. If you keep stirring things up, there will be consequences. We gave you a second chance to be included. Don't make us regret it. Dad." There it was. No apology, no regret, just threat disguised as dignity. I sat with the note for a moment. Then I placed it next to the photo of 12-year-old me. 2 artifacts of the same legacy. And I smiled. because now I had what I needed. Proof. Words written by his own hand, revealing exactly who he was and still is. I scanned the letter, saved it to a secure folder, and backed it up to 2 cloud drives. Then I picked up my phone. I called a journalist, someone I'd met at one of the trauma panels. She told me once, "If you ever decide to share your story, I'll help you do it right." She answered on the first ring. "I'm ready," I said, "but I don't want to just talk. I want to show them." She paused, then said, "How far are you willing to go?" I looked down at the note, at the photo, at the name on the return invite that tried to erase me. "All the way," I said. The article was published under the title, "Left Behind: One Man's Quiet Escape from a Family That Tried to Erase Him." It went live on a Tuesday morning. By noon, it had already been shared thousands of times. The journalist I worked with, Claire Russo, had done her research. She verified every detail. She interviewed Mrs. Valencia, confirmed the gas station incident, even tracked down my old landlord, who vouched that I'd put myself through school without family support. The story included the photo of me at 12 standing near the dumpster with a torn backpack and cracked sneakers. It included quotes from my speech at the wedding. It included the letter from my father, blurred only slightly to preserve privacy, and Emily's permission to mention that she had reached out to me afterward. Claire was careful, precise. Not a tabloid piece, not a scandal-bait hit job, just truth told clean and unfiltered. And that's why it exploded, because it wasn't loud. It was honest. Comments poured in. People saying it reminded them of their own estrangement, their own moments of being dismissed or replaced or silenced. Others praised the restraint I'd shown at the wedding. A few guessed which vineyard it had been, though I never confirmed it. But what mattered more were the private messages I received. Dozens of them from people who had been downed, forgotten, labeled problem children by families who refused to take accountability. But the best one came from a Kensington, Emily's older brother. His name was Mark, and he didn't mince words. I always thought Caleb was fake, too polished, too rehearsed. Now I know why. "I'm sorry they did that to you. My parents are furious. Not at you, but at Caleb. They feel like they were lied to, used. They're meeting with Emily today. Thought you'd want to know." I didn't reply. I didn't need to, because just 2 days later another email arrived from Emily. "Isaac, I read the article. I saw the comments. I showed Caleb. He exploded. Said you ambushed him. Said you made it all sound worse than it was. But you didn't. You didn't even share everything. And that's what made me realize you're telling the truth." He asked me to choose. I chose. "I'm staying at my parents' place for now. The marriage is being annulled. I'm sorry it had to happen like this. But thank you for not letting me step into that lie with blinders on. Emily." I read the message 3 times. Then I closed my laptop and sat in silence for a long while, because I wasn't celebrating. I wasn't gloating. I was remembering. I was remembering the day I stood in our hallway at 12 years old, holding a gas station candy bar in my hand, thinking, they have to come back. They have to. And now, nearly 2 decades later, the family that left me behind had finally tasted what it meant to lose control of the story. It wasn't over, because 3 days after the article dropped, my parents called. I don't know how they got my number. Maybe through an old contact, or maybe they finally started paying attention to the places I'd spoken at. But when I saw unknown number, I let it go to voicemail. Then I listened. It was my mom. Her voice was trembling, not with sadness, but fury. "Isaac, how dare you? We invited you. We tried to be civil and you humiliated us. You've ruined Caleb's life. Emily's parents are threatening legal action over the gifts, the deposits, the reputation. You think this is justice? This cruelty. Vindictive, petty cruelty. I hope you're happy. I hope you're proud of yourself." Then Dad got on the line. His voice wasn't angry. It was quiet, almost defeated. "You always were too soft. I should have known you'd grow into the kind of man who'd twist a moment into a weapon. Congratulations. You've destroyed your family. Don't ever call us again." Then he hung up. I stared at the wall for a while, wondering if the words would sting, if they'd echo like they used to. But they didn't, because I didn't destroy my family. They destroyed the version of me that still needed them. And that was the difference. I stood up, walked to my desk, pulled open the drawer, and took out the photo one last time. The 12-year-old boy who had no idea what he would grow into. I smiled at him. Then I put the photo away. Not because I was burying the past, but because I'd finally finished writing the ending. The fallout didn't arrive all at once. Came in fragments. First, it was whispers. Mutual acquaintances from my hometown reaching out. People I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. Some messaged me privately with shock, others with guilt. I had no idea. I thought you moved for college. Your parents always said you were difficult. Then came the social media shifts. My parents, who'd spent years curating their image online, suddenly went dark. Family photos began disappearing from their pages. The proud parents of Caleb and Emily banner vanished. And the most telling sign, Caleb's entire wedding album was deleted overnight. No explanation, just gone. I found out later through a quiet LinkedIn update that Caleb had taken a leave of absence from his company. Personal matters, the blurb read. But I knew better. Emily had followed through with the annulment. She moved in temporarily with her brother and eventually returned to her studies. She sent me a short message weeks later. I'm rebuilding. It's messy, but it's mine. Thank you again. I hope you're doing okay. I was better than okay, actually. The nonprofit invited me to become a regular contributor. I began working with them part-time, helping organize outreach for other estranged young adults. I started writing not just articles, but a book. The working title, Ghost Son. What happens when they pretend you never existed? I didn't write it for revenge. I wrote it for the kid I used to be. For the kids still out there quietly packing a bag they'll never unpack because they're afraid even their footsteps are too loud. One day, I received a letter, not from my parents, not from Caleb, from Mrs. Valencia, still written in her loopy, generous cursive. Dear Isaac, I clipped out your article and read it twice. Then I put it on the wall of my classroom, right above the desk where I keep extra snacks for students who never bring lunch. I tell them about you sometimes, not by name but your story, that sometimes being kind isn't just about helping someone up. It's about remembering them when everyone else forgets. I'm so proud of you. Love, Mrs. V. That one made me cry. Not the silent tears I was used to. Real ones. The kind that cracked something open inside. Because for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was proving anything anymore. I wasn't a shadow. I wasn't the forgotten. I was here. I had survived. And now I was living. So when people ask me how it felt standing in front of my family and showing them the truth, I just smile. Because the truth, the best revenge, isn't watching them crumble. It's watching yourself rise in full daylight while they're still trying to rewrite the dark. And I've never looked back. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I was never the favorite. That was my sister, the golden child, the one who could do no wrong. No matter how cruel she was, no matter how much she got away with, my mom adored her. And me? I was just there, an afterthought, a shadow in my own home. It had always been this way. Growing up, I learned quickly that my opinions didn't matter. My dreams weren't important. My feelings were either ignored or ridiculed. When my sister failed a test, it was my fault for distracting her. When she lost a friend, I was probably the reason. When she broke something, I must have pushed her into it. And my mom, she believed her every single time. That I tried to be the perfect daughter. I worked hard, got good grades, kept quiet when they insulted me. I never lashed out, never fought back. I thought maybe, just maybe, if I proved my worth, they'd finally love me like they loved her. But nothing changed. It all came crashing down the night they told me I had ruined their lives. It started with an argument. While they were arguing, I was just standing there, letting them yell. My sister had flunked a class, and instead of taking responsibility, she blamed me again. I don't even know how, maybe I stressed her out just by existing. You've ruined our lives, she screamed. I barely had time to react before my mom echoed, we'd be happier without you. That was it. The moment that broke me. I didn't cry, I didn't scream, I didn't beg for them to take it back. I just nodded. Then I turned around, walked to my room, grabbed a backpack, and packed whatever I could fit. They didn't stop me, They didn't even watch me leave. And just like that, I was gone. I stepped out into the night, the weight of my backpack pressing against my shoulders, but nothing compared to the heaviness in my chest. I walked without a destination, just putting distance between me and the house I had never truly called home. It was cold, I remember that vividly. The air bit at my skin, but I didn't shiver. I was numb. I had always thought that leaving would feel dramatic, like in the movies. Maybe with tears streaming down my face or a last lingering look at the home I was abandoning. But there was none of that. No one ran after me, no one called my name, no one cared that I didn't know where to go. I had no plan, no safety net. My savings were laughable, just a couple $100s I had secretly stashed away from small tutoring gigs. But I knew one thing for sure, I would never go back. I found a cheap motel for the night, paying for a single room with shaky hands. I stared at the bed but couldn't bring myself to lie down. Instead, I sat at the small desk, the dim yellow light flickering above me, and tried to figure out what to do next. I didn't have a degree, I didn't have connections, I barely had money. But I had one advantage. I had spent my entire life being ignored, underestimated. No one had ever handed me anything. If I was going to make it, I'd have to build something from nothing. I started with what I knew. Studying. It sounded ridiculous at the time, but I was good at it. I had spent years excelling in school, tutoring other kids, helping people understand complex subjects. Maybe, just maybe, I could turn that into something. The next day, I walked into a small cafe, ordered the cheapest coffee on the menu, and used their free Wi-Fi to apply for every online tutoring gig I could find. I set my rates low, just enough to get people to notice me. At first, it was barely enough to survive. I lived off instant noodles and dollar store groceries. I rented a room in a shared apartment with 3 strangers who barely acknowledged my existence. But it was still better than where I had come from. Because every day I woke up knowing that no one would scream at me, no one would blame me for their failures, no one would tell me I was ruining their lives, and that was enough. The months passed. My tutoring gigs grew. 1 client turned into 3, 3 turned into 10. Soon I was making enough to move into a tiny studio apartment. Barely more than a box, but it was mine. And yet, through all of it, my family never called. Not once. Not on my birthday, not on holidays, not even to check if I was alive. It hurt in the way old wounds do. Deep, silent, lingering. But I told myself it was fine. If they didn't care, then neither did I. A year into my new life, things changed. I had built up a reputation as a tutor specializing in college entrance exams. I had students from all over the country reaching out to me, desperate for help. But I was still trading time for money, and I knew that wasn't sustainable. That's when I got an idea. What if I turned my lessons into something big, bigger, something scalable? I spent months studying digital marketing, watching hours of free YouTube content, reading every article I could find. Then I started creating my own online course, the Ultimate SAT Prep Guide. It was a risk. I poured every spare dollar I had into designing the course, building a website, running ads. At first, sales trickled in, 1 here, 2 there. Then, something shifted. Word of mouth spread. Students started raving about my methods, sharing them online. And then, almost overnight, it exploded. I woke up one morning to see that my sales had tripled, then quadrupled. Within a few months, I was making more than I had ever thought possible. I moved into a sleek high-rise apartment, the kind I used to dream about. I traveled, met people who actually respected me, built friendships that weren't based on obligation or blood. I had done it. I had built myself from nothing. And my family? They were nowhere to be found. Not a single message, not a single call. They didn't care about me until this morning. When my phone buzzed, I barely glanced at it. But then I saw the notifications. Mom, 6 missed calls. Sister, 8 missed calls. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. After all this time, after they had made it so clear they never wanted me, I let out a slow breath. I had changed. I wasn't the weak, desperate girl they had pushed out of their lives. I wasn't their punching bag anymore. Whatever they wanted, it wasn't going to be an apology, and I had no intention of making it easy for them. I sat there staring at the screen for what felt like hours, but in reality, it was only a few minutes. My mind raced. What could they possibly want after all this time? Mom had never once apologized for how she treated me. She had never admitted how she constantly chose my sister over me. And my sister, she hadn't even cared to notice I was gone until now. But now, after everything, they wanted me. I finally decided to pick up. It was almost surreal hearing her voice after so long. "Hello," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "Sweetie, please, we need to talk." Mom's voice trembled. "Sweetie." After everything, she hadn't called me that in years. The fake tenderness stung. "What's going on?" I asked, not hiding my disbelief. There was a long pause. We've fallen on hard times," Mom continued, her voice cracking. "Your sister, she's been having trouble at school again, and with everything going on, we just don't have enough. We need your help." I bit my lip, feeling a strange mix of satisfaction and rage bubbling up inside me. This is why they were calling me now? "What kind of help?" I asked, keeping my tone calm. "We need money," she blurted out. "Your sister's tuition, it's due, and we have bills we can't pay. I know we've never been there for you, but please, we're struggling. We need you to help us. We know it's a lot to ask, but please, we've tried everything." I could hear her sniffle. Maybe it was genuine, or maybe it was just guilt trying to worm its way back in. "Please," she repeated. "We need you back. We need your support." The words hung in the air. My support? The same support they had rejected for years? I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to control the rush of emotions threatening to choke me. How could they think this was okay? It was the first time in a long time that I felt something other than indifference. It was laughable. "You're serious?" I said, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "You really think I'll come back and help you after everything?" There was a pause, followed by my mom's desperate voice. "Please don't do this. We know we messed up, but we're your family. You can't just leave us like this. You never cared about me when I needed you." I shot back, my voice trembling with suppressed anger. "You were too busy with your golden child. You let me disappear. You told me you'd be better off without me." I paused, feeling the rage bubble up in my chest, but I held it in check. I wasn't going to let them see how much they had hurt me. I wasn't going to let them twist this back on me. "I don't owe you anything," I said, every word sharp as glass. Another long pause. Then, my sister's voice came through next, sounding frantic and panicked. I know I was horrible to you, but I need your help. I messed up. Okay? I didn't mean it. I've been trying to fix things, but I don't know what to do anymore." I almost laughed. "Fix things? How did you fix years of pain?" "I don't want your apologies," I said coldly. "And I don't owe you my money or my help. You can figure it out just like I did. But please, just—" My sister's voice wavered, but I cut her off. "No. You should have thought about this before you kicked me out of your lives." I could feel my heart racing as I hung up the phone, but the adrenaline wasn't just from anger. It was from the satisfaction. The satisfaction of knowing that they needed me after years of silence, of pretending I didn't exist. They needed me. I stood up, pacing the room, letting the reality of the situation sink in. They weren't calling to apologize. They weren't calling because they missed me. They were calling because they needed me to fix their mess. And now that they were struggling, they realized what they had thrown away. But it didn't matter to me. They didn't deserve me anymore. I was done. But deep down, a part of me wanted to make them beg a little longer, make them squirm. The phone buzzed again. I glanced at the screen. It was Mom again, the same pleading tone in her message. "Please, I know we can't undo the past, but we need you." I grinned. They had no idea what they were getting themselves into. The phone buzzed again, the screen lighting up with a new message from my mom. "Please, I'm begging you. We don't know where else to turn." I stared at the message, my finger hovering over the screen. Part of me wanted to ignore it entirely. After all, hadn't I already given them my answer? But there was something about that desperation in her tone that made me hesitate for a moment. I shook my head no. I wasn't going to soften. I wasn't going to be the one to make their lives better again. The thing is, I had built something for myself, my empire, so to speak. My success wasn't just about the money. It was about the power to decide who got to be a part of my life, and my family didn't deserve that privilege anymore. I set the phone down, walked to the window, and looked out at the city. From this vantage point, everything felt so distant, so small. The struggles of my old life felt like they belonged to someone else. I wasn't that person anymore. I wasn't their burden. Yet, the messages kept coming. I took a breath. I wasn't going to give in. I wasn't going to let them manipulate me with their guilt. And yet, deep down, there was a flicker of something. Maybe it was pity, maybe curiosity, maybe something darker, but I resisted. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my phone vibrating on the nightstand again. A quick glance at the screen told me it was from my sister this time. I hesitated. Should I even bother reading this? But my thumb swiped across the screen before I could think about it too long. The message came in. I know I can't change the past, but I've been trying so hard to get into college. They rejected me, and now Mom's saying that if we don't get the money for the retake, I'll never make it. Please, please, I'm so sorry. I felt a pang of something unfamiliar. Not sympathy, not guilt, but something that made me pause. Was this genuine? Was this really my sister begging me? Or was she just playing her part? I took a deep breath, my hand shaking as I typed my response. You never cared when I needed you. Why should I care now? I hit send, and the weight that settled in my chest felt heavier than I expected. There was a part of me that felt cold, detached, a protective armor I had built over the years, but another part of me wanted to believe her. But I couldn't. As the day went on, I continued working, but every time I glanced at my phone, there were more notifications. Calls, texts, voicemails. They were relentless. I could feel their desperation creeping through the screen, through the words. They were starting to crumble under the weight of their own choices. But what did they expect from me? They had made their bed. They had chosen their path. Now, it was time for them to face the consequences. But then, at 7 p.m., I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. A message from Mom. I need to talk to you. This isn't just about money. I know I messed up, we messed up, but I'm asking you as a mother to come home. I need you, we need you. Please don't leave us like this. I stared at the message, my thumb hovering over the keyboard for a second. I actually considered calling her back. Maybe I could hear her out. Maybe I could find some way to make this work. But then I thought of everything they had put me through, the way they had treated me like I didn't matter. I wasn't just going to forget that. I wasn't their savior. With a deep exhale, I typed, "You had your chance. I'm done." I hit send, and something inside me cracked. I knew I had made the right choice, but at the same time, there was a lingering ache in my chest. Because deep down, I couldn't help but wonder, what if this was their last cry for help? What if they really were suffering? But in the end, I had learned one thing. I couldn't fix them. They were beyond saving. And if they wanted anything from me, it had to be on my terms. I set my phone down and tried to forget about them. But the next evening, as I was sitting in my living room scrolling through my phone, I heard a knock at the door. A sharp, quick rap, followed by a pause. I looked up, a little confused. Who could that be? I stood up and walked over to the door, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Something didn't feel right. Peering through the peephole, my stomach dropped. There they were, Mom, Dad, and my sister, standing on my doorstep looking like they hadn't slept in days. Their faces were tired, drawn, and pale. But it wasn't just their appearance that made my pulse quicken. It was the fact that they had shown up here uninvited. I froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. Part of me wanted to ignore them, to turn around and walk away, pretending I hadn't seen them. But the rage I had been bottling up came surging forward. I wasn't about to let them invade my space after everything they'd done. I opened the door just enough to see them fully. My heart was hammering in my chest. "What are you doing here?" I asked, my voice low but shaking with anger. Mom stepped forward first, her eyes wide with desperation. Please just hear us out." she pleaded, her voice trembling. I stared at her. The same woman who had told me she'd be better off without me, who had shoved me aside time and time again, and now she was standing on my doorstep asking for help. What the hell are you doing here? I repeated, my tone rising. You think just because you show up at my door, I'm going to take you back? You think I'm going to forget everything you've done? Dad shifted uncomfortably behind Mom, but he didn't speak. My sister stood next to him, her eyes on the ground, avoiding my gaze. We're sorry, Mom said, her voice breaking. We've been trying to reach you, but we know we've messed up. It's just so hard and we don't know what else to do. You're the only one who can help us. The only one who can help you. I felt the anger rise up like a tidal wave. You didn't need me before. Why now? You had years to fix this. I snapped. Years, and you never once bothered to reach out to make things right. Not when it mattered. And now you think you can just show up here and make everything okay. They were silent for a moment, clearly taken aback by my coldness. Mom's eyes welled with tears, but I couldn't bring myself to care. We've been struggling, she continued, her voice a desperate whisper. We don't have money for rent. Your sister's future is slipping away. I don't know what else to do. Don't tell me you don't know what else to do, I said, my voice shaking with fury now. You had choices. You made choices and I wasn't part of them. But now that everything's falling apart, suddenly you want me? Mom took a step forward, her hand outstretched. Please, just listen. I slammed the door in her face, the sound of it reverberating through the house. The noise echoed in my ears, and for a second, I felt a rush of power. I could finally control this situation. But as I stood there, my hand resting on the door handle, something gnawed at me, something twisted in my gut. It wasn't guilt. It was something worse. It was the realization that they had come here to me because they had nowhere else to turn, and they had shown up not because they wanted to fix our relationship, not because they were truly sorry, but because they needed me. And I hated it. They didn't deserve me. But the anger wasn't the only thing I felt. There was a part of me that wanted to hurt them, to let them see just how badly they had messed up, to make them feel the weight of their own actions. And the fact that they thought they could just show up on my doorstep made me angrier than anything else. I walked away from the door, leaving them standing on the other side, but they didn't leave. I could hear them talking outside. Mom was pleading, my sister was crying, Dad was trying to comfort them. I couldn't stand it anymore. The anger inside me was overwhelming, and I knew that if I didn't do something, I would regret it. So I opened the door again. There they were, standing there, still waiting. The desperation was written all over their faces. Mom's eyes were red from crying. My sister's head hung low in shame, and Dad, he looked defeated, like a man who had lost everything and didn't know how to get it back. For a moment, I just stood there taking in the sight of them. The family that had hurt me, the family that had made me feel worthless, invisible. And now they were here asking for help. But what did I owe them? Nothing. I took a deep breath, and then, without a word, I looked at them one last time. No, you don't get to come here and expect forgiveness just because you're struggling now. The words came out cold, hard, like a knife slicing through the tension. I didn't feel an ounce of regret as I said them. They deserved to hear the truth. You had years to fix this, I continued, my voice steady but firm. Years to realize what you lost. But you didn't care then, and I'm not going to be your solution now. I saw Mom open her mouth to protest, but I held up my hand, silencing her. I've built my life, my success, from the ground up, and I'm not going to let you destroy it too. You don't get to come into my life and expect everything to magically change because you've hit rock bottom. Their eyes started to well up again, but I couldn't feel anything. No guilt, no remorse. Just a quiet satisfaction, knowing I was finally putting myself first. Go, I said simply, my voice unwavering. Fix your own mess. I'm done with that. I closed the door for the last time. Weeks passed, and I kept living my life. My business grew, my network expanded, and I felt more alive than ever. I had become the person I'd always wanted to be. The person who didn't have to apologize for their success. the person who had learned to let go of the toxic parts of their past. I never heard from them again. Not even a message, not even a call. And you know what? That was fine. It was a quiet peace I hadn't realized I'd been craving. And as time went on, I came to understand something important. The people who hurt you, the people who abandoned you, are not the ones you should be looking to for validation. You're the one who matters. You're the one who gets to decide your future. And in the end, I had learned one very simple truth. You can't keep giving to people who never gave you anything back. The door closed for good. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I never imagined I'd be writing this, but here we are. This is the story of how my own brother betrayed me in the worst way possible. How he took my kindness for granted, humiliated me, and thought he could get away with it. But he was wrong, very, very wrong. Let me start from the beginning. My brother Jake and I had always had a complicated relationship. We were close as kids, but as we grew older, things changed. He became the golden child in our family, the one who could do no wrong. Our parents showered him with praise, excused his mistakes, and acted like he walked on water. Meanwhile, I was always the one who had to be responsible, who had to sacrifice, and who had to understand whenever Jake did something selfish. But despite everything, I still loved him. I still wanted to be a good sibling, and that's why, when he announced he was getting married, I offered to help in a big way. Jake and his fiancée, Emily, had their dream wedding all planned out, but there was one problem. They couldn't afford it. The venue, the catering, the decorations, the dress, the flowers, it was all way out of their budget. I saw how stressed they were, and despite our rocky history, I wanted to do something nice, so I made them an offer. I told Jake I would cover the wedding expenses as my gift to them. Not a loan, not a split payment. I would pay for everything. It was a huge amount of money, but I figured, hey, it's my brother. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. If I could make him happy, why not? Jake was over the moon. Emily cried tears of joy, and my parents gushed about how generous I was. Felt good. Felt like, for once, I was truly appreciated. But then, everything changed. The wedding planning went on, and I started noticing something odd. Whenever I asked about my role in the wedding, I was given vague answers. At first, I thought maybe they were just busy, but as time went on, I started getting a bad feeling in my gut. Then, about a month before the wedding, I received a text from Emily. Not even a call, just a cold, emotionless text. Hey, just wanted to let you know that we've decided to keep the wedding small and intimate. We hope you understand. Thanks again for everything. I read the message 3 times, thinking I must have misunderstood. I wasn't invited to a wedding I was paying for. I immediately called Jake. He didn't answer, so I texted him asking what was going on. Hours passed before he finally responded. Look, we just don't think you fit the vibe of the wedding. It's nothing personal. Hope you're not mad. Not mad? I was fuming. My own brother had the audacity to take my money, plan his dream wedding, and then tell me I wasn't good enough to be there. I needed answers, so I called our parents, expecting them to be outraged. But when my mom picked up, her response made my stomach drop. Oh, honey, just let it go. It's their special day. You don't want to make things awkward, do you? Couldn't believe it. They knew. They knew, and they didn't care. That's when I realized I was on my own, and that's when I decided. If they wanted a wedding without me, well, they weren't going to have a wedding at all. I sat there staring at my phone, my mind racing. I had spent months watching Jake and Emily plan this wedding, offering advice when asked, covering deposits, and making sure everything was perfect for them. I had gone above and beyond to ensure they had the most magical day possible. And now, after all that, I wasn't even invited. Not only that, but the way they dismissed me like I was some distant acquaintance instead of family made my blood boil. I could have understood if there were budget restrictions or a venue capacity issue, but I was literally the one funding everything. There was no excuse. I needed time to process what had just happened. I put my phone down and sat in silence for a long time. At first, I felt hurt, crushed, even, but as the minutes ticked by, that sadness hardened into something else, something sharper. They thought they could use me. They thought they could get away with it. They were wrong. At that moment, I knew I wasn't going to let this slide. But I wasn't about to throw a tantrum or beg them to reconsider. No, that's exactly what they expected me to do. Instead, I was going to be smart about this. I started by gathering all the information I had. Since I had paid for everything, I still had access to the contracts. The venue, the catering, the florist, the photographer. I had been the primary point of contact for most of these services, and since the payments had come from my account, that meant one very important thing. Everything was still in my name. A slow, calculated plan started forming in my mind. The wedding was still a few weeks away. That meant I had time. Time to make sure that when the big day arrived, things wouldn't go exactly as Jake and Emily had planned. But first, I needed to do some digging. I started scrolling through social media, looking at their posts about the wedding. Sure enough, their small and intimate guest list wasn't so small after all. Dozens of people were commenting about how excited they were to attend. Friends, extended family members, even coworkers. So I didn't fit the vibe, but all these people did? That was all the confirmation I needed. I took a deep breath, pulled up my emails, and started making a few phone calls. First on the list, the venue. I picked up the phone and dialed the venue's number. A polite woman answered. "Hello, this is Willow Crest Events. How can I assist you?" I kept my tone calm and professional. "Hi, I'm calling regarding the upcoming wedding for Jake and Emily on the 17th. I'm actually the one who made the booking, and I need to discuss some changes." "Of course," she said. "What changes would you like to make?" I paused for a moment, letting the anticipation build in my own mind. "Actually, I'd like to cancel the booking entirely." There was a short silence before she responded. "Oh, I see. Just to confirm, you are the one who made the payment and signed the contract, correct?" "That's right," I said. "The contract is under my name, and since I won't be attending the wedding, I've decided to withdraw my support. I understand there's a cancellation fee, but that's fine." She hesitated. "Well, since you're the contract holder, you do have the right to cancel. However, the deposit is non-refundable." "That's completely fine," I assured her. "Just go ahead and process the cancellation. Also, please make sure that any communication regarding this comes directly to me. I don't want anyone else making changes on my behalf." She agreed, and after a few minutes of confirmation, the venue was officially canceled. Point one down. I hung up the phone, already feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over me. But I wasn't done yet. Next up, the catering. Jake and Emily had planned an extravagant menu, multiple courses, an open bar, and a beautiful cake. They had raved about it for months, but once again, I was the one who had paid for it. I called the catering company and repeated the same process. "Hello, I'm calling regarding an upcoming event I booked for Jake and Emily. Unfortunately, there's been a change of plans and I need to cancel the catering services." The woman on the other end asked if I was sure. "We're just a couple of weeks out, so there will be a cancellation fee." "I understand." I cut in smoothly. "Go ahead and cancel everything." After a few minutes, it was done. The caterers were no longer preparing anything for the wedding. Point two down. I smirked, but I wasn't finished. The florist, the photographer, the decorations. I went down the list one by one, canceling everything. Each call felt like reclaiming a piece of my dignity, like I was undoing every ounce of manipulation Jake and Emily had tried to pull on me. By the time I was finished, the entire wedding had been reduced to nothing but an empty venue, one that they no longer even had access to. Now all that was left was to sit back and wait. Jake and Emily had no idea what was coming. The days leading up to the wedding were eerily quiet. Jake and Emily hadn't reached out to me at all, which told me one thing. They were completely unaware that their entire wedding had just been erased. I had to admit, there was a small part of me that wondered when they would figure it out. The venue, the catering, the decorations. Surely someone had contacted them by now, right? But no, I wasn't going to warn them. I wasn't going to give them a single hint. Instead, I waited. Then, the night before the wedding, my phone rang. It was my mother. I debated letting it go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of me, and I answered with a casual, "Hey Mom." The first thing I heard was chaos. Shouting, panicked voices. My mother's sharp, breathless tone. What did you do? I leaned back in my chair, a satisfied smirk creeping onto my face. I don't know what you mean. Don't play dumb, she snapped. Jake just called me. He went to check on the venue and everything is gone. No decorations, no tables, no setup, nothing. The staff told him the booking was canceled. I feigned surprise. Wow, that's weird. Maybe he should ask whoever actually planned the wedding. Silence. Then she spoke again, quieter this time. You canceled everything, didn't you? I didn't even hesitate. Of course I did. I paid for it. It was in my name. And since I wasn't invited, I figured, why should I pay for something I'm not welcome at? There was a sharp inhale on the other end. You ruined your brother's wedding. No, I corrected, my voice calm. He ruined it the moment he decided to cut me out after taking advantage of me. I just made sure he faced the consequences. Another voice broke through the chaos in the background. Jake. He was yelling at someone. Furious. What do you mean we have no food? The caterer canceled? What the hell is going on? I could practically hear his world crumbling. I checked the time. The wedding was supposed to start in less than 12 hours. Guests would be arriving soon, expecting a lavish event, but they would be walking into nothing. I almost felt bad, almost. My mother was still sputtering in disbelief. You really did this? Yes, I said simply. And I don't regret it. Before she could say another word, I hung up. Now all that was left was to see how the disaster unfolded. The morning of the wedding arrived, and I could already imagine the sheer panic unfolding at the venue. Jake and Emily must have shown up expecting a picture-perfect setup only to find a cold, empty space. No chairs, no flowers, no food, no music. Just an expensive, hollow room with nothing inside. I poured myself a cup of coffee and scrolled through my phone, waiting. And then, like clockwork, the messages started pouring in. Jake texted, "What did you do? You ruined everything. I hope you're happy." Emily texted, "You are beyond selfish. You knew how important this day was for us." I took my time before responding, sipping my coffee as I typed back a single message. I wasn't invited, remember? Didn't seem like you wanted my involvement, so I just followed your lead. Silence for a while at least, then my phone rang. Jake. I thought I'll let it ring out. It rang again and again. Finally, after the fourth time, I picked up. "Let me guess," I said dryly. "Something wrong with the wedding?" His voice was shaking with rage. "Do you have any idea what you've done? People are arriving in a few hours. There's nothing here. No food. No chairs, no flowers." "Oh wow, that sounds terrible," I said, feigning concern. "Maybe you should ask the person who actually planned the wedding." "Oh wait, that was me." He let out a sharp breath. "You did this on purpose." "Of course I did," I said. "You expected me to pay for everything and then just accept being tossed aside like I was nothing. You used me, Jake, and you thought I'd just take it." I could hear Emily's voice in the background, panicked, speaking to someone else. "Can we get another caterer? Anything?" The second voice answered, "Not at this notice. Everything's booked solid." I could practically hear the blood draining from her face. Jake's voice dropped to a desperate whisper. "Please, we can fix this. If we just get the venue back. Maybe we can." I cut him off. The venue was my contract, remember? And they were fully booked for months. So yeah, that's not happening. He let out a strained breath, and for the first time, there was something in his voice that hadn't been there before. Panic. I let that silence linger, savoring the moment. Then, just as I was about to hang up, I gave him one final parting shot. "Next time, don't take advantage of people who actually care about you." And then I hung up. But the story wasn't over yet, because what happened next was even better. I sat back, my fingers still lingering on the phone screen, a feeling of satisfaction spreading through me. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I had control of the situation. Jake and Emily's little world was about to collapse, and I was going to watch it all unfold from the sidelines, knowing I'd played my part. But the real chaos started to hit as the morning wore on. I started receiving messages from friends and family members who had been invited to the wedding. Aunt Karen, 8:05 am. What the hell is going on? I just got to the venue and it's like a ghost town. Uncle Ray, 8:12 am. Hey, we got here early for the wedding. There's no one here. Did they cancel? What's going on? The more I read, the more the gravity of the situation hit me. It wasn't just Jake and Emily who were affected. This was spiraling out of their control and people were starting to talk. I had to admit, part of me felt a little gleeful, but that feeling quickly shifted as I realized the scale of the disaster. All of their friends, their family, none of them had any idea that this was coming. I began to feel the slightest pang of guilt. These weren't just strangers. These were people I knew, people who had come from out of town, people who had taken time off work to celebrate the wedding. Sure, Jake and Emily had treated me like a doormat, but was this really fair to the rest of the guests? Then again, I couldn't help but remember how they had treated me. How Emily had laughed when I suggested I be part of the planning process. How Jake had made comments about me not fitting the vibe of the wedding. They deserved to feel this. I checked my phone again and the messages kept coming in. Aunt Karen texted, "They're trying to fix it. They said the caterers are on their way now, but the venue is still empty. What's going on?" Uncle Ray texted, "Everyone is starting to leave. No one knows what's going on." I couldn't help it. I had to respond. I replied, "I heard the wedding was going great. Such a shame, but hey, I'm sure it'll work out. Maybe they'll find some food or a chair somewhere." It was petty, I knew, but it was so satisfying to watch the mess ripple through the family. By now, I was starting to realize something. This wasn't just about getting back at Jake and Emily. This was about something bigger, something that had been building for years. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how much of my life I'd spent putting up with their selfishness. The more I thought about everything I had done for them, only for them to completely disregard me at the first opportunity, and now they were reaping what they had sown. But the icing on the cake was still to come. The day dragged on. I kept checking my phone, watching the disaster unfold from the comfort of my apartment. The messages kept coming in from family, and at first, they were all filled with confusion, but soon the tone shifted. Aunt Karen texted, "I'm hearing rumors that the wedding is officially canceled. No catering, no setup, everything just gone." Uncle Ray texted, "I think they've called off the whole thing. Everyone's heading home. This is crazy. Is this real?" I couldn't help but smile at how quickly things were unraveling. The idea of Jake and Emily having to explain this to everyone, how it was supposed to be the happiest day of their lives and now it was a full-blown catastrophe, was so satisfying. But as the day went on, something unexpected started happening. Jake and Emily's calls became more frequent, more frantic. At first, I ignored them, but then I saw the desperate text from Emily. Emily texted, "Please, just tell me you didn't cancel everything. I'll beg you, I'll do anything." Her tone was raw, pleading. She wasn't the smug, self-righteous Emily I knew anymore. Now, she was just someone desperate for help. But why should I give it to her? Why should I be the one to fix the mess that was entirely of their making? Still, I didn't answer immediately. I just let her stew in her panic. Then, about an hour later, Jake texted me. Jake texted, "We're getting married at City Hall today. We need you to help with the venue and food. I'm sorry for everything I said. Please, you're the only one who can fix this now." The irony wasn't lost on me. They literally fired me from the wedding weeks ago, and now they were begging me to clean up their mess. I could feel the tension building in my chest. Was I really going to just let them scramble around, realizing the full weight of their mistake? Or was it time for me to finally take the upper hand? Couldn't resist. I replied, "It's a bit too late for that, don't you think? Maybe you should have treated me like family instead of some second-rate guest you could toss aside." Silence in response. And then, just as I was about to close my phone, the call came in. Jake. His voice was quieter this time, almost defeated. "Look, we're sorry. We're really sorry. But the venue won't let us rebook it and there's no one else to turn to for the catering. Please help us." I could hear the panic in his voice, but there was something else, too. Something else was happening. something I hadn't anticipated. They were desperate, but so was I. As I listened to Jake's shaky voice, I felt a tug of something unfamiliar, a sense of power. Here he was, pleading with me for help after everything they'd put me through, after all the dismissive comments, the exclusion, the way they treated me as though I were invisible. Part of me wanted to hang up, walk away, and leave them to face the consequences of their actions. They deserved it, didn't they? They had been selfish, manipulative, and ungrateful, and now they were finally feeling the sting of their own choices. But there was something else, something darker that I couldn't ignore. I had always been the one to clean up the messes they made, always the one who gave without getting anything back. I had spent years being the quiet one, the one who didn't rock the boat, who kept my feelings to myself. But this time, I wasn't going to fix their mess, not unless I got something in return. Jake, I said slowly, my voice measured cold. I'll help, but you're going to owe me big time. And I'm not talking about the money you promised me. There was a long pause. What do you mean? His voice was low, almost too afraid to ask. I mean, I said, letting the weight of my words settle. You're going to have to make things right. No more treating me like a nobody. No more excluding me. No more pretending I'm not important to this family. You're going to owe me respect from now on, and you're going to make it clear to everyone that I'm not just the one you use when things go wrong. There was silence again. I could almost hear the wheels turning in Jake's head, as if he were weighing the value of his pride against the very real situation he was in. Finally, he spoke. I can do that. I'll tell everyone. Just please help us. We need you. That was all I needed. The satisfaction of knowing they were cornered, that they had no choice but to admit they needed me. I'll get things together, I said, a sense of finality in my voice. But remember this moment. You don't get to treat people like trash and expect them to always pick up the pieces. I hung up, feeling a rush of satisfaction. The venue was ready to be set up again, but now there were terms, and the real payoff was going to come when I got to see the look on their faces when they realized what had truly happened. But as I prepared to head over, one final message came through. Emily texted, "We'll be forever grateful. Please make this right." I paused before responding, taking a moment to savor the power I now had over them. I replied, "You'll be grateful when I say you will be. See you at City Hall." With that, I left my apartment, ready to make my way to the wedding. The stage was set, and now it was time for the final act. But there was still one thing I hadn't expected: how this would all end. When I arrived at City Hall, the atmosphere was far from what you'd expect for a wedding. There was a sense of awkwardness hanging in the air, as if everyone knew something wasn't right, but couldn't quite put their finger on it. The small crowd gathered in the lobby looked uncomfortable, standing in clusters, whispering among themselves. Jake and Emily were standing by the front desk, looking more like two people who had just been through a war than a couple about to get married. They saw me as soon as I entered, their faces lighting up in a mixture of relief and nervousness. "Thank you for coming," Emily said, her voice shaky. "We really appreciate it." She looked at me almost pleading, like I was some sort of savior. Jake, ever the prideful one, didn't say much. He just nodded, his eyes avoiding mine as if he couldn't quite bring himself to admit how badly they had messed up. I walked toward them slowly, taking in the tension that filled the room. There were no flowers, no grand decorations, just a sterile room with a few chairs and a judge standing at the front. Felt more like a courtroom than a wedding venue. I approached the small group of guests who had been invited. They all gave me tentative smiles, but no one was exactly thrilled to be there. Everyone had expected a wedding fit for a celebration, but instead, they were left in an uncomfortable limbo, unsure of what was going on or why everything had been canceled. As I took my seat, I couldn't help but feel a little glee in the pit of my stomach. This was it. Jake and Emily had built their whole day around their carefully crafted image of the perfect wedding, and now it was crumbling in front of them. The ceremony began. The judge went through the usual formalities, but no one was truly paying attention. Emily kept glancing at me, hoping for some sign that everything was going to turn out okay. Jake, on the other hand, seemed to be stewing in his own frustration, no doubt cursing the day he had ever pushed me away. But then, just as the vows were being exchanged, something unexpected happened. The door to the room opened and a familiar face stepped in, the catering manager from the venue where the original wedding was supposed to take place. Everyone turned to look, and for a brief moment, there was complete silence. Jake's face drained of color. Emily's mouth went dry. "What are you doing here?" Jake asked, his voice cold. The catering manager walked to the front and handed Emily a large envelope. "I think you'll want to see this," he said, his tone flat. Emily tore open the envelope, her hands trembling as she pulled out the contents. Her face shifted from confusion to shock and then to rage. It was a cancellation notice, a legal document from the venue showing that their booking was, in fact, voided. The contract had been terminated due to unpaid fees, and a substantial fine had been added for the breach. The catering manager spoke up again. "You're lucky I came here to let you know. You should have paid attention to your obligations." It was at that moment, standing in front of a room full of people who had seen it all unravel, that Emily finally broke. I thought we were going to get married today," she whispered, the realization sinking in. Jake's face turned crimson. He stepped toward the catering manager, his anger flaring. "This is your fault. You were supposed to keep everything together." But the manager didn't flinch. "You should have been more responsible. But hey, I guess that's what happens when you treat people like disposable." I watched the scene unfold, feeling every ounce of satisfaction creep in. Jake and Emily had been so sure of themselves, so sure that they could manipulate everything around them without consequence. And now, here they were, with the walls closing in, their perfect day crumbling to dust. But the most satisfying part? They had no one to blame but themselves. As the catering manager walked out, I caught Emily's eyes. There was a moment of quiet between us. She looked defeated, her smile gone, her confidence shattered. For a second, I almost felt sorry for her, but then I remembered everything that had led up to this moment. And oh, they didn't deserve my sympathy. They didn't deserve anything. The judge, sensing the tension, awkwardly cleared his throat and finished the ceremony as quickly as he could. No one clapped when they were declared married. In fact, the guests filed out as soon as the words were spoken, leaving Jake and Emily to face the consequences of their actions. I walked out of the room slowly, my heart pounding. The day had been a roller coaster of emotions, but in the end, I knew I had made the right choice. I had finally taken control of my own life, and I had made them pay for their disrespect. So, as I stepped outside, I couldn't help but smile to myself. It had been the perfect revenge. And as for Jake and Emily, they would never forget the lesson they learned that day. Now on to the next story. Story 6. I showed up at my parents' 40th anniversary dinner. My aunt snapped, "Don't touch the lobster. That's for the real family." My cousin smirked, "Yeah, $5,000 dinners aren't for freeloaders." I just smiled, took a bite, and walked out. They used my card for that reservation. I reversed the charge. Later, they opened my gift and froze. I canceled the family cruise I booked. Then 83 missed calls hit my phone. I was the one they called for bailouts, for loans, and never got repaid, for birthday parties and emergency rent. And I let them do it, thinking it was just what family did. When my parents' 40th anniversary rolled around, I figured it was my shot to show some gratitude, to do something nice for the people who had at least tried to give me a decent start in life. So, I booked a private room at one of the best waterfront restaurants in the city. Crystal glasses, white glove servers, a view of the bay so stunning it felt like a painting. The reservation alone set me back $5,000, but I told myself it was worth it. I walked in a bit late, having had to wrap up a client call. The table was full, my family already seated and chatting, the clatter of silverware against bone china echoing off the polished walls. My seat, right in the center, was conspicuously empty. My Aunt Karen, the self-appointed queen of the family, glanced up as I slid into the chair. Her mouth tightened for just a moment before she plastered on a smile. I reached for the lobster platter in the center of the table, the crown jewel of the spread, when Karen leaned over, her voice dropping to a sharp, cold whisper. "Don't touch the lobster," she said, her eyes narrowing. "That's for the real family." I froze, my hand still hovering over the polished silver tongs. For a second, I thought I'd misheard her. Then, from my left, my cousin Jake snorted, leaning back in his chair with that smug, frat boy grin he never outgrew. "Yeah, $5,000 dinners aren't for freeloaders," he added, swirling his wine glass like some knockoff Gordon Gekko. I looked around the table, feeling the heat creep up my neck. My sister Amy, who I'd helped cover 3 months of mortgage payments last year, looked away, suddenly very interested in her scallops. My Uncle Frank, the one who had called me last month begging for a bridge loan to keep his failing landscaping business afloat, was chuckling quietly, his eyes glued to his plate. Even my parents, seated at the head of the table, didn't so much as flinch. For a second, I felt like I was floating outside my body, looking down on this twisted scene. These people, my flesh and blood, had just cut me down at a table I paid for, at a dinner I arranged, in a room reserved under my name. They had the nerve to treat me like an outsider, a second-class guest at my own damn party. I let out a short, bitter laugh. Slowly, deliberately, I reached down, grabbed a massive chunk of lobster, dunked it in the drawn butter, and bit down, never breaking eye contact with Jake. I chewed slowly, savoring the rich, buttery taste, feeling the weight of their shocked stares. I set the napkin back down on the table, pushed my chair back, and stood up. Without another word, I turned and walked out, the echoes of their whispers following me into the hallway, down the polished marble steps, and out into the warm night air. I slid into my car, the leather creaking under me, and just sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel. My heart was pounding, my mind racing, but a strange icy calm settled over me. They wanted to draw lines. Fine, I'd make those lines permanent. Before I even pulled out of the parking lot, I called my bank. The entire dinner, all $5,000 of it, was on my card. One short call later, the charge was reversed. As I pulled into my driveway, a second thought hit me and a slow grin crept onto my face. The family cruise I booked as a surprise for my parents. A 7-day luxury trip through the Caribbean, private suites, full excursions, the whole 9 yards. I walked inside, dropped my keys on the counter, and pulled up the confirmation email. A few clicks, a quick chat with customer service, and the $20,000 booking vanished from their manifest. I watched the cancellation confirmation slide into my inbox, feeling lighter than I had in years. By the time I poured myself a whiskey and settled into my armchair, my phone started buzzing. My sister's name flashed on the screen, then my aunt's, then Jake's. The notifications piled up like a slot machine hitting a jackpot. 83 missed calls by morning. And this was just the start. I expected fallout, but I didn't expect it to hit so quickly. By the next morning, my phone looked like a battlefield of missed calls and angry texts. I ignored them all, poured myself a fresh cup of coffee, and sat down at my desk, feeling a calm I hadn't felt in years. It was like cutting a weight loose, letting it drop into the ocean, and watching the ripples disappear. The first to crack was my sister Amy. She showed up at my door around noon, her face flushed, eyes darting nervously like a kid caught stealing. She had her 3 kids in tow who immediately started roughhousing in my foyer, knocking into the side table where I kept the only family picture I hadn't packed away. A photo of my boys from before my wife shattered everything. Amy wasted no time. "Matthew, what the hell happened last night?" she blurted, her voice tight. "The restaurant said the reservation was canceled and the card didn't go through. Mom was so embarrassed we had to pull cash just to cover the wine." I leaned back, sipping my coffee, and watched as her kids started tugging at the throw pillows on my couch. I let the silence stretch out, watched her squirm, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red. "Oh," I said finally, setting my mug down. "Must have been a misunderstanding. Maybe the real family should have handled it." Her mouth fell open, eyes wide as if I had slapped her. For a moment, I thought she might actually apologize, maybe even show a flicker of shame for the way they ganged up on me. Instead, she straightened, trying to regain some of that smug superiority I'd gotten so used to over the years. "That's not funny, Matthew," she shot back. "Mom and Dad were humiliated. They had to apologize to the restaurant staff." Do you have any idea how expensive that place is? I leaned in, locking eyes with her. Yeah, I do. I booked it. She opened her mouth, then closed it, the realization slowly dawning on her. I stood, crossing my arms. And while we're on the topic, you might want to check your email. She frowned, fumbling with her phone, her thumb flying across the screen. I watched as her face paled, the color draining from her cheeks as she found the cancellation notice. The family cruise, the one I'd booked as a surprise, the one they probably already started bragging about to their friends, was gone. Matthew, she whispered, her voice suddenly small, fragile. Why? Why would you do this? I stepped closer, my voice cold, the years of pent-up frustration sharpening every word. Because I'm done. Done being your safety net. Done being the family ATM. Done pretending we're something we're not. Her kids had finally stopped wrestling and were now staring up at me, their small faces full of confused, wide-eyed silence. I met her gaze one last time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting. I held the door open, and after a long, stunned moment, she herded her kids out, glancing back once as if she'd never seen me before. I closed the door behind her, the echo of her retreating footsteps lingering in the air. As I turned back to my desk, my phone buzzed again. A text, this time from my Aunt Karen. Karen, you ungrateful little brat. After everything we've done for you, this is how you repay us. I let out a short, humorless laugh, tossed my phone onto the couch, and headed to my office. If they thought this was the end, they had no idea what was coming. It only took a few days for the full weight of what I'd done to sink in for my family. The missed calls and furious texts had slowed, but that uneasy silence was worse in a way, like the quiet before a storm. The first crack came when my cousin Jake, the one who had called me a freeloader over lobster, decided to try the direct approach. I was in my office wrapping up a client presentation when my phone buzzed with his name. I let it ring. A few seconds later, another buzz, a voicemail. I put him on speaker, leaning back in my chair as his voice crackled through the line. Yo, Matt, look, I think there's been a misunderstanding, all right? That whole thing at dinner, it was just a joke, man. You know how Karen is always running her mouth. Don't take it so personally. I felt a slow, bitter smile creep onto my face. Of course, when the freebies dried up, suddenly it was all just a misunderstanding. The voicemail kept going, his tone shifting from forced cheer to thinly veiled panic. Look, man, the cruise thing. You've got to fix that. You know how much Mom and Dad were looking forward to it. They're freaking out. Just call me back. All right? I deleted the message, shaking my head. It was like they didn't even understand the concept of consequences. For years, they had picked at my patience, assumed my generosity would never run dry, convinced themselves I'd always be there to catch them when they stumbled. 2 days later, the second wave hit. My Aunt Karen, the one who had sparked this whole mess, showed up at my office. I watched her through the glass wall as my assistant led her in. Her face twisted into a tight, brittle smile that never reached her eyes. I closed my laptop, leaning back as she dropped into the chair across from me, her oversized handbag thudding against the side of my desk. She didn't waste time on pleasantries. Matthew, she started, forcing a strained, saccharine tone. I think we need to clear the air. I stayed silent, just raising an eyebrow. Look, I know you've been under a lot of stress lately with the divorce and all. She waved a hand as if my entire life falling apart was just a minor inconvenience. But punishing the entire family over a silly misunderstanding isn't fair. I felt my jaw tighten, but I forced myself to stay quiet, to let her dig her own grave. I mean, your parents are devastated. You embarrassed them in front of the whole family, and now this cruise thing. Matthew, they're too old to handle this kind of shock. She leaned in, dropping her voice to a whisper as if sharing some deep personal confidence. You know how fragile your mother's heart is. You don't want that on your conscience, do you? There it was, the guilt play. The same tired manipulation they'd been using on me since I was old enough to drive them to the airport for their last-minute free vacations. I met her gaze, holding it for a long, heavy moment. Karen, you called me a freeloader at a dinner I paid for. You treated me like an outsider at my own event, and now you want me to apologize." She blinked, momentarily thrown off balance, then quickly recovered, her painted-on smile slipping for just a second. "Oh, come on. You know I didn't mean it that way. We're family. Family fights, then makes up." I leaned in, my voice low, icy. "Family doesn't bleed you dry, then laugh in your face when you finally stand up for yourself." She bristled, her fingers tightening around the strap of her handbag, the fake leather creaking under the pressure. For a moment, I thought she might actually let her real thoughts slip, let the mask crack, but then she forced that tight, brittle smile back into place. "Fine," she said, standing abruptly. "Be that way, but don't come crying to us when you realize how alone you are." She turned on her heel, her footsteps sharp against the polished tile as she stormed out. My assistant shot me a nervous glance as the door swung shut behind her, but I just waved it off, turning back to my laptop. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed again, a new text from my dad, the first I'd heard from him since the dinner. "Dad, son, we need to talk. This has gone too far." I let the phone fall back onto my desk, the screen flashing once before going dark. They still didn't get it. They thought this was just another round of family drama, something that would blow over with a few apologies and half-hearted hugs. They had no idea what was coming. A week passed and the silence from my family was deafening. I knew them too well to think they'd just walk away quietly, though. They were regrouping, figuring out their next move, trying to come up with a plan to reel me back in. The first real sign of desperation came when my mother called. I let it go to voicemail, half expecting another guilt trip. But the message she left caught me off guard. "Matthew, honey, please call me. We miss you. I'm worried about you." I frowned, replaying it twice. It wasn't the same shrill, demanding tone my family usually used when they needed something. There was genuine fear in her voice, something I hadn't heard in years. I deleted it anyway, telling myself I'd dealt with enough of their emotional manipulation to know a trap when I saw one. But it didn't stop there. 2 days later, I pulled into my driveway to find my dad's old Chevy parked on the curb. I hadn't seen that rusted, paint-chipped beast in my neighborhood in years. My dad, the man who taught me how to tie a fishing knot and drive stick, was sitting on my front steps, a deep frown etched into his weathered face. I killed the engine and stepped out, tossing my keys in my hand as I approached. He stood, stuffing his hands into the pockets of his worn, grease-stained jacket. "Matthew," he said, his voice rough, "we need to talk." I bit back the urge to roll my eyes. This was classic him. Show up unannounced, corner me on my own property, force a confrontation. I unlocked my door, pushing it open and stepping inside. He hesitated on the porch for a moment before following me in, the door swinging shut behind him. He glanced around, taking in the clean, modern lines of my home, the polished floors, the leather furniture. It was a stark contrast to the cluttered chaos of my parents' old, creaking house. "Nice place," he muttered, settling into one of my armchairs without waiting for an invitation. I leaned against the kitchen island, crossing my arms. "What do you want, Dad?" He hesitated, rubbing a calloused hand over his stubbled jaw. For a second, he looked like he might actually apologize, might acknowledge the years of silent tolerance I'd endured. Instead, he sighed heavily. "Look, your mother's a wreck. She's barely sleeping, worrying about you. She feels like you've just abandoned the family." I felt my jaw clench, my fingers tightening on the cold granite edge of the countertop. "I didn't abandon anyone. I just finally decided to stop being your punching bag." His head snapped up, his eyes narrowing. "Punching bag? You've got a nice house, a good job. We never asked you for anything you couldn't afford." I let out a bitter laugh. "You've been treating me like a walking ATM for years. You think I didn't notice all the loans that never got paid back? The guilt trips, the passive-aggressive digs at every family gathering." He stood abruptly, his face reddening. "We're family, Matthew. We help each other. You've got all this?" he said, gesturing around my living room. "And you're going to deny us a little help when we need it?" I pushed off the counter, stepping closer. "I'm not your safety net, Dad. I'm not your retirement plan. I'm not the backup for every bad decision this family makes. He stared at me, his face a mix of anger and something else. Something like fear. For a moment, I thought he might actually swing at me like he had once when I was a teenager and I dared to talk back. But then his shoulders slumped and he let out a long, shuddering breath. "Fine," he said, his voice suddenly small, almost defeated. "Fine, if that's how you want it." He stepped around me, heading for the door. Just as he reached it, he paused, one hand on the doorknob. "You know," he said without turning around, his voice tight, "money isn't everything, Matthew. One day, you're going to wake up and realize you've pushed everyone away." I didn't bother responding as the door clicked shut behind him, his heavy footsteps echoing down the steps. I watched from the window as he slid back into his battered Chevy, the engine growling to life before he pulled away, leaving a faint trail of smoke in his wake. I stood there for a long moment, the house suddenly feeling too quiet, too big. I wanted to feel relieved, free, but instead, a strange, hollow ache settled in my chest. The kind that only comes from finally cutting the last thread holding you to a past you should have walked away from years ago. But there was no going back now. A few more days passed and the silence from my family started to feel like a slow-building storm. I kept expecting another unannounced visit or a barrage of guilt-laden texts. But it never came. Instead, the fallout found me in a way I hadn't anticipated. It started with my Aunt Karen. I was at the gym halfway through a brutal set of deadlifts when my phone buzzed on the bench. I ignored it at first, but when it kept vibrating, I finally dropped the bar, swiped my towel over my face, and checked the screen. "Karen, you know it's pathetic how you're acting, turning your back on family. Shameful. Everyone knows you're just bitter because your wife left you." I stared at the message, the words searing into my brain. It was classic Karen. Take the lowest, most painful part of my life and twist it like a knife. I pocketed my phone, my hands shaking with barely controlled anger. But it didn't end there. When I got back to my car, there were 3 more texts. "Jake, heard you're still sulking. You've always been weak. That's why she left you. Amy, Mom's been crying for days. I hope you're proud of yourself. Karen, you might have money, but you'll always be alone." I gripped the steering wheel, the leather creaking under my fingers. They were trying to corner me, back me into the emotional trap they'd used for years. But this time, something in me had finally snapped. I wasn't the broken, guilt-ridden fool they thought I was. I went home, poured a glass of whiskey, and sat on my back porch, the evening air cool against my skin. I scrolled through the old family group chat, the one I'd muted months ago, and saw that the gossip had already spread. They'd turned me into the villain. The selfish son who cut his family off for no reason. The bitter divorcee who lashed out because he couldn't handle his own failures. I took a long, slow sip of my drink, feeling the warmth spread through my chest. I had one last card to play, and it was time to lay it down. I opened my laptop and pulled up my trust documents. The ones I had drawn up years ago when my business first took off. I'd always planned to leave a significant chunk to my parents, to help my sister's kids with college, to set up a fund for the whole family. It had felt like the right thing to do, a way to take care of the people I loved, even if they didn't always deserve it. I clicked through the pages, my cursor hovering over the line that listed my beneficiaries. Then, with a few quick keystrokes, I erased every single one of their names. My entire estate, every penny, would now go to charity. I sat back, my heart pounding, a strange, exhilarating mix of freedom and finality washing over me. They had pushed me to this point, had taken every ounce of kindness I had, and twisted it into something ugly. I closed my laptop, downed the rest of my drink, and watched the sun sink below the horizon, the sky burning with the last light of the day. As if on cue, my phone buzzed again. Another text, this time from my father. "Dad, enough. Come to the house. Let's fix this." I let the message sit there unread, the screen slowly dimming as I set the phone aside. They thought this was still a game, still a cycle of blow-ups and apologies, of harsh words and reluctant hugs. They thought I'd come back like I always had. My head bowed, my pockets open, my heart still willing to forgive. But they were wrong. A few days after my dad's message, the final play came. It was a Sunday morning, the kind where the sunlight spills through the blinds and the world feels unnaturally calm. I was halfway through my second cup of coffee when my doorbell rang. I opened the door to find my parents standing on my porch. My mom clutched her purse with both hands, her eyes red and puffy, while my dad stood stiffly beside her. His jaw set, the lines on his face deeper than I remembered. "Matthew," my mom started, her voice trembling. "Can we come in? We need to talk." I hesitated for a moment, then stepped back, letting them inside. They shuffled into my living room, glancing around at the carefully arranged furniture, the polished floors, the quiet order of a house I'd built without them. They sat down on my couch, my mom dabbing at her eyes with a tissue, my dad staring at his hands. I stayed standing, leaning against the kitchen island, crossing my arms as I waited for them to start. My mom looked up at me, her eyes glassy. "Matthew, honey, we're worried about you. We miss you. The family isn't the same without you." I said nothing, just watched as she twisted the tissue in her hands, her fingers shaking. "We know we've said some things," she continued, her voice cracking. We didn't mean them. You know how your aunt gets, how Jake can be. It was just a joke. That's all." I felt my jaw clench, the bitter taste of old, familiar resentment rising in my throat. They were trying to frame this as a misunderstanding, as if I had overreacted, as if they hadn't spent years chipping away at my self-respect. My dad cleared his throat, his deep voice rumbling through the room. "Son, this has gone on long enough. Your family. We shouldn't let a few harsh words tear us apart." I took a slow breath, forcing myself to stay calm. "Harsh words," I echoed, my voice sharper than I intended. "Is that what you think this is about? A few harsh words?" My dad flinched, his eyes hardening. "You're acting like a child, Matthew. You think cutting us off makes you strong? It just makes you alone." I stepped forward, my pulse pounding in my ears. "I'm alone because you all pushed me there. You treated me like a wallet with legs, a backup plan, a joke. You think I didn't notice the whispers at family dinners? The way you'd roll your eyes when I tried to talk about my life? You made me the outsider, and now you want me to come crawling back." My mom broke into a fresh wave of tears, clutching her tissue so tightly her knuckles turned white. My dad's face twisted, the muscles in his jaw working furiously as he struggled to find a response. "Matthew," he said, his voice low and strained, "we're your family. You owe us at least that much." I felt a cold, hollow laugh escape my lips. "I owe you," I repeated, my eyes burning. "I've already given you more than you deserved. I paid your bills, covered your debts, held this family together while you took and took and took. And the one time I stand up for myself, you try to drag me back down." My dad stood abruptly, his face flushed, his fists clenched. For a moment, I thought he might actually hit me the way he had once when I was a teenager. But then he seemed to deflate, his shoulders sagging, his eyes avoiding mine. "Fine," he said, his voice tight, his chest heaving. "So be it. We'll manage without you, you fool." He turned sharply, grabbing my mom's arm and pulling her to her feet. She stumbled, letting out a small, broken sob as he dragged her toward the door. I followed them to the threshold, watching as they crossed the porch and headed down the steps. My mom paused, looking back at me one last time, her tear-streaked face twisted in a mask of grief and disbelief. I met her gaze, my heart pounding, my jaw set. She opened her mouth, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something. But then my dad pulled her away, their footsteps echoing down the driveway. I closed the door, leaning my forehead against the cool wood for a long moment, my chest heaving. I waited for the regret, the guilt, the familiar ache of family ties pulling at my heart, but it never came. Instead, a strange, powerful calm settled over me, a quiet certainty that I had finally taken back my life. I straightened, took a deep breath, and let the door click shut behind me. Now on to the next story. Story 7. I found out about a secret family vacation without me. "Let this selfish celebrate Christmas alone," parents said to my uncle. 2 weeks later, They were crying bitterly because I never expected to be cut out of my own family's Christmas. But I should have seen it coming. Looking back, there were signs. My parents had been acting strangely, but I chalked it up to the usual holiday stress. I had no idea they were actively making plans to leave me behind. It all started with their kitchen remodel. Their kitchen was a disaster. Outdated, barely functional, and falling apart. I offered to help, not only with my time but with my own money, $122,000 to be exact. New cabinets, countertops, appliances, and flooring. On top of that, I spent weekend after weekend at their house installing, painting, and making sure everything was perfect. And they let me. They smiled, thanked me, and acted like they appreciated it, but behind my back, they were talking about how they were sick of me being there. I didn't find out until my uncle told me. 2 weeks before Christmas, my parents sat him down and said, "Let this selfish man celebrate Christmas alone." They had already booked a trip to Hawaii for themselves, my sister Charlotte, her husband, and their son. I wasn't invited. Worse, they told my uncle not to say a word to me. I was selfish, they said, me, the one who paid for their dream kitchen, the one who spent his free time making their house look brand new. They were apparently tired of me. If it wasn't for my uncle, I would have been completely blindsided. He couldn't keep it to himself. He called me and told me everything. I wish I had known sooner, before I spent all this money and energy helping them. But what could I do at that point? Demand an invitation? Yell at them? It was clear how they felt, so I kept quiet. I didn't let on that I knew. I put the finishing touches on their kitchen, let them smile in my face, and then watched them fly off to Hawaii without a second thought about me. The only good thing was that I didn't have to spend Christmas alone. My uncle invited me over. We had a great time, just the two of us. A good meal, some whiskey, and a lot of venting. It wasn't the Christmas I had planned, but it was better than pretending to be okay with people who clearly didn't want me around. Then, the funniest thing happened. My parents, completely unaware that my uncle was with me, started sending him pictures from their trip. Pictures of them on the beach, drinking cocktails, posing in front of their resort. He showed them to me, and we just sat there laughing at how ridiculous it all was. When they came back, I didn't say a word, no confrontation, no anger, just silence. I decided I was done. But a week later, it all blew up. I thought it would be easy to ignore them. I figured if they could pretend I didn't exist over Christmas, I could return the favor. But it didn't take long for things to get weird. First, my mom sent me a casual text. "I hope you had a great Christmas." As if she hadn't just spent the holidays in Hawaii with the rest of the family while I sat at home completely cut off. I ignored it. Then my dad called. I let it go to voicemail. A few days later, Charlotte's husband, Ryan, called. This was unexpected. We got along fine, but he wasn't the kind of guy to call randomly. I almost ignored it, but something told me to pick up the phone. The moment I said hello, I knew something was wrong. "I just want you to know," he said. "I didn't approve of what they did." I blinked. "What, the trip? Leaving you out?" "It wasn't my choice." I sat there stunned. I hadn't even considered that Ryan might have had a problem with it. I thought he just went along with whatever Charlotte and my parents wanted. "I argued with Charlotte about it before we left," he admitted. "She didn't want to hear it." That got my attention. My sister and Ryan hardly ever argued, at least not about family. I thought they were the kind of couple who just got along, even when it was unfair. "What did she say?" I asked. "She said your parents were tired of you coming over all the time," he said. "That you made them feel guilty for taking the trip because you did so much for them." I actually laughed at that. So, instead of dealing with their own guilt, they just cut me off completely? "Smart," Ryan sighed. "That's what I said." But it got worse. When we got there, I brought it up again and your mom lost it. She said they deserved a vacation with no strings attached. Charlotte told me to let it go. I was trying to process everything when Ryan dropped something even heavier. "I don't think I can do this anymore, man." That stopped me cold. "Do what?" "This family, the way they treat people. I can't handle it." I sat up straight. Ryan and Charlotte had been married 5 years. They had a child together, and now he was talking like he was done. I thought the drama was just about me, but clearly this went deeper. "What happened?" I asked. Ryan hesitated. I told Charlotte I'd call you when we got back. She freaked out, said I was stirring up trouble. So, she still doesn't think she did anything wrong. She thinks you're the problem, he admitted. Said you were moody about the whole thing and that you punished her by ignoring her. I shook my head. Unbelievable. Then Ryan sighed. Then I knew this isn't just about the trip. It's about who they are. Something about the way he said it made my stomach drop. What do you mean? I mean, I'm not sure I can stay married to someone who thinks this is okay. I didn't even know what to say. My sister's husband, the father of her child, was seriously considering leaving because of this, and something told me that was just the beginning. I sat there clutching my phone, trying to process what Ryan had just said. He wasn't just angry, he was questioning his whole marriage. Are you serious? I finally asked. Ryan took a long breath. Yeah, man. I've been thinking about it since we got back. I thought the family drama was about me being left out of Christmas, but now it felt like something bigger was unfolding. Then he said something that really hit me. You don't know the half of it, he murmured. This trip, it was a disaster. I leaned forward. What do you mean? Ryan hesitated as if he wasn't sure how much to tell me. Then he just let it all out. The first night we got there, your mom and Charlotte got drunk at the hotel bar. No big deal, right? But then your mom starts ranting about you. I sighed. Of course. She went on about how you were too involved in their lives, how they were finally getting a break from you. I clenched my jaw. Wow, that's not even the worst part, Ryan said. She started talking about the kitchen remodel, about how she let you pay for it because she knew you'd expect something in return, that she went along with it because she thought she deserved a new kitchen after dealing with you. I stopped completely. I almost walked out right then, Ryan admitted. I told her it was messed up and she just laughed it off. Charlotte told me I was overreacting and that it was just the way her family is. That sounded just like my sister. She always covered for her, always made excuses. Then Ryan continued. The next morning, your dad tries to act like nothing happened. But your mom, she was pissed. I guess Charlotte told her I didn't like what she said. So your mom turned on me, started telling me how I should be grateful, how I don't contribute enough to this family. I frowned. Wait, what? She went on about how you spent 12 grand on her kitchen and how I never contribute to the family. That's when I lost it. I told her I wasn't going to fund my in-laws when they couldn't even show basic respect to their own son. That explained a lot. My mom doesn't like to be challenged, especially by someone who married into the family. I left, Ryan said. I went for a walk to cool off, and when I came back, Charlotte was furious. She said I had embarrassed her in front of her parents. I shook my head. Unreal, dude. It got worse, he said. She barely spoke to me for the rest of the trip. She kept saying I ruined Christmas. So what now? I asked. Ryan was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I think I'm done. The weight of those words hit me hard. I can't raise my child in a family like this, he said. I don't want him to grow up thinking this is normal. I had no idea what to say. Ryan wasn't just talking about divorce, he was talking about leaving Charlotte. Leaving her, and deep down I didn't blame him. But what I didn't know was that the real explosion hadn't happened yet. It was coming soon, and it was going to tear the family apart. Ryan wasted no time. 2 days after our conversation, he sat Charlotte down and told her he was done. He wasn't angry, he didn't yell, he just laid it out. He couldn't stay married to someone who defended people who treated others like garbage. He didn't want their son growing up in a family like that, learning that it was normal. Charlotte lost it. She didn't try to understand. She didn't ask what they could do to make things better. She went straight to blaming me. The first thing she did was call my parents, and just like Ryan predicted, the second they heard the news, they turned everything around and made it my fault. Charlotte called me and screamed that I had poisoned Ryan against her, that I was jealous of her perfect family, and had plotted to ruin her marriage. I hung up. I didn't do that. Then my mom called. I ignored her. Then my dad straight to voicemail. Then Charlotte texted me. You got what you wanted. Hope you're happy. It was almost funny. I hadn't done anything, but somehow, in her mind, this was all part of my grand master plan to destroy her life. I thought ignoring them would be the end of it. I was wrong. That night, my parents showed up at my apartment. I opened the door and my mom was yelling, "Are you happy now?" I leaned against the door frame. "I have no idea what you're talking about. You broke up your sister's marriage." I let out a short laugh. "Oh, really? I did that? You turned Ryan against her." "Against us." Before I could answer, someone else did. Ryan. He had followed them over, and the moment he stepped up next to me, he cut in. "No, Mike didn't ruin anything," he said, his voice firm. "This is your fault." My dad turned on him. "Don't talk to my wife like that." Ryan crossed his arms. "Or what?" There was a long, tense silence. My parents weren't used to being challenged, especially by someone who married into the family. They thought Ryan was supposed to be on their side. Then another car pulled up. It was my uncle. As soon as he got out, he shook his head. Unbelievable. My mom turned to him. "You have no idea what's going on." "Oh, I do," my uncle said. "I know exactly what's going on. You're just mad because Ryan saw through your crap." My parents looked stunned. My uncle had always been the quiet one, the one who stayed out of the drama. They expected him to be neutral. He wasn't. He looked at Ryan. "You're doing the right thing, son." Ryan nodded. "Thanks." That was it. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just a family argument. This was a turning point. My parents were out of control. Charlotte was about to lose her husband. And for the first time, I wasn't the only one calling them out. But I still didn't know how much worse it was going to get. My parents weren't used to losing. They were the kind of people who always controlled the narrative, always twisted things to make themselves the victims. But this time it wasn't just me who was fighting back. It was Ryan, it was my uncle, and they hated it. My mom's face turned red. "You're throwing your marriage away because of him," she spat, pointing at me like I was some kind of disease. Ryan shook his head. "I'm throwing it away because of you." That shut her up for a second. She just stood there speechless. Then my dad, trying to save face, scoffed. "Oh, grow up. You're just mad that we went on vacation without him." Ryan let out a sharp laugh. "Is that what you think this is about?" My dad rolled his eyes. "What else would it be?" Ryan turned to my uncle. "You told him, right? What Mom said about Mike?" My uncle crossed his arms. "Oh, I told him. He just doesn't want to admit it." That's when I saw something change in my dad's expression. He knew, he had probably known all along. But instead of being embarrassed or apologetic, he doubled down. "She was joking." Ryan's jaw tightened. "You seriously think it's funny that she bragged about using her own son for money?" Mom jumped back in, arms flailing. "We never used him." Ryan turned to me. "Mike, did they ever offer to pay you back even once?" I shook my head. Ryan nodded. And there it is. It was as if the air had been sucked out of the conversation. My parents had nothing more to say. Then my uncle shook his head in disgust and muttered, "You two are unbelievable." My mom's face fell. "Oh, shut up, Paul." My uncle laughed. Like, right in her face. "That's your answer. Shut up, Paul? That's all you've got." My mom's whole body was shaking now. "You have no idea how much we've done for this family." "Done for them?" My uncle gestured at me and Ryan. "Looks more like you tore them apart." That was the breaking point. My parents weren't winning and they knew it. So what did they do? The same thing they always did when they didn't get their way. They stormed off. My mom pushed past Ryan and my uncle, dragging my dad behind her. "You're all pathetic," she yelled before slamming the car door. My dad didn't say a word, just climbed into the passenger seat, his face unreadable as they drove off. The three of us stood in silence. Then my uncle let out a long breath. "Well, this was fun." Ryan rubbed his temples. "I need a drink." We went inside, sat down, and for the first time in years I felt free. No more begging for their approval, no more guilt, no more games. But just when I thought it was over, things took an even crazier turn. The next morning, Charlotte showed up at my door, bags in hand, mascara streaming down her face. "He left me," she whispered. "Ryan's gone." Charlotte stood in my doorway looking like she had just crawled out of a war zone. Her hair was a mess, her eyes were red, and her suitcase sat next to her like a symbol of total defeat. "He left me," she whispered. "Ryan is gone." I didn't know what she wanted me to say. "Sorry? I told you so?" Instead, I stepped aside and let her in. She plopped down on my couch and stared blankly at the floor. "He packed his bags this morning and said he was done. Just done." I sat across from her. "You really didn't see this coming?" She glared at me. "Oh, don't act like you had nothing to do with it." I laughed. "Here we go." She sat up straight and threw her hands in the air. "You turned him against me. You sat there and fed him all these ideas about how horrible my family is." I leaned back. "Your family did that all by themselves." Charlotte took a sharp breath and shook her head. "I have nothing now. My marriage is over. My parents are devastated. And..." I cut her off. "They're devastated?" I couldn't help but laugh. "You mean the same parents who cut me out of Christmas? Who called me selfish and told me to celebrate alone?" Charlotte clenched her jaw. "You could have fixed that." I stared at her, completely stunned. What exactly was I supposed to fix? Your husband finally grew a backbone and saw through her, and somehow that's my fault. She wiped her face aggressively. "Well, congratulations. You got what you wanted." I raised an eyebrow. "What I wanted, Charlotte? I wanted a family vacation. Instead, I got thrown out like garbage." "You wanted that? You stood by them when they cut me out. You defended them when they used me for money. You let them run roughshod over me for years. And now that it has finally caught up with you, you want to cry about it." She didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed her suitcase, got up, and stormed for the door. Before she left, she turned around. "They'll never forgive you for this." I smiled. Good. As it turned out, Charlotte wasn't lying. After that night, my parents started treating me like their personal nemesis. It would have been funny if it wasn't so pathetic. I heard from my uncle that they went around telling everyone that I had destroyed our family, that I was bitter and jealous and manipulated Ryan into leaving. They spun the story so hard you'd think I was holding him hostage at gunpoint, forcing him to file for divorce. But the real kicker? Ryan wasn't done yet. A week later, I got a text from him, "Selling the cottage. Want to grab a beer?" I almost spit out my coffee. You see, my parents loved this house. It was a lake house that they had used for years, weekend getaways, summer vacations, even a couple of Christmases. The whole family went up there every year. And guess who owned it? Ryan's. He bought it a few years ago, and since Charlotte was technically a co-owner through marriage, my parents treated it like their own. They never paid for maintenance, never helped with repairs, never contributed a dime, but acted like it was their God-given right to use it whenever they wanted. And now he sold it. As soon as my parents found out, they lost it. They called Ryan and screamed about how he was ripping away their family traditions. My dad tried to argue that they had invested so much time in the house, as if showing up with coolers of beer and leaving dirty towels everywhere counted as an investment. Ryan shut her down. "You don't own it." "I do, and I'm done letting you act like you do." My uncle loved it. He called me, barely able to contain his laughter. "Oh, they're spiraling. Your mom said, first Mike destroyed our family, and now Ryan is burning the rest of it down. But the best part? My uncle stopped helping them, too. You see, for years he had been the only person in the family who actually knew how to fix things. Every time something broke in their house, he was the one they called, and because he was a decent guy, he helped them. Not anymore. He told them straight out, "You treat me like garbage. I don't lift a finger." Suddenly, their house started to fall apart. The kitchen I had remodeled for them, they still had a few things to do, but I wasn't going back to do them. The lake house they loved, soon to be in the hands of a new owner. And just like that, the whole family was at war. Me, Ryan, and my uncle on one side, Charlotte and my parents on the other. Enemies. And honestly, felt great. Months went by, and the war never really ended. My parents still talked about me like I was some kind of villain. Charlotte barely spoke to me, and Ryan moved on with his life, concentrating on his son. The cottage was sold. My uncle never lifted a finger to help my parents again, and their world slowly began to crumble. But then, things took a turn I didn't see coming. Charlotte remarried. At first, I didn't care. She found a guy a few months after the divorce, rushed into a new marriage, and acted like her life was perfect again. Typical Charlotte move. But then I heard about who she married. A guy named Greg. An alcoholic named Greg. Apparently, Greg wasn't just a heavy drinker. He was a mess. In and out of jobs, always in debt, bad-tempered, and completely unreliable. And then came the real kicker. Greg lost her jewelry. And when I say her jewelry, I mean everything. Charlotte's wedding rings from Ryan, which she had kept for some reason. My mom's old necklaces that she had passed down. Even my dad's expensive watch. All gone. No one knows if he pawned it for booze or just lost it in a drunken stupor. But either way, my parents lost their minds. And of course, when disaster struck, who did they run to for help? Me. I got a call from my mom, her voice shaking as she tried to sound humble for the first time in her life. Mike, honey, I know things have been tense, but we really need your help. I almost laughed. Oh, you do? Charlotte's struggling right now. Greg. He's made some mistakes. I cut her off. Not my problem. Silence. Then she tried the guilt trip. We're still a family. I smiled. Yeah. Where was the energy last Christmas? More silence, then a sigh. So that's it? You're just cutting us off. I shrugged. Looks that way. I hung up. Later, Ryan called me, dying of laughter. Dude, you're never going to believe this. Oh, I think I might. Charlotte called me and asked for help. This actually surprised me. Wait. After everything? Yep. She asked if I could help her get back on her feet. I whistled. Wow, what did you say? Ryan chuckled. Told her I'd just send money for our son. That's all. I grinned. And she lost it? Started crying. Said she had nothing now? I shook my head. Well, whose fault is that? Ryan sighed. Exactly. And that was it. My parents were stuck with the mess they had made. Charlotte was married to a drunken loser who lost all their valuables. Ryan moved on just taking care of his kid, and my uncle and I, we were fine. Now on to the next story. Story 8. On Thanksgiving, my parents kicked me out. This is our thanks for your little support, they said. I said I stopped paying the bills and left. But they laughed. But when a month later, Thanksgiving was supposed to be about family, about giving thanks. Instead, my dad looked me dead in the eye in the middle of dinner and said, "You have to leave." I froze, fork halfway to my mouth. What? My mother avoided my eyes. My younger brother and sister kept their heads down, pushing food around on their plates as if they wanted to disappear. My dad, on the other hand, he looked calm, as if he had already made up his mind. "This is our thanks for your little support," he said, shaking his head. I let out a short laugh, thinking maybe this was some kind of weird joke. "What the hell are you talking about?" My dad leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed. "You're not pulling your weight, Jack. You've been here for months and we don't see much help from you." I stared at him. Not pulling my weight? I had been living with them for a few months, yes, but I wasn't just some bum sleeping on their couch. I had a full-time job. I paid for groceries, not just for myself but for everyone. I paid for takeout when they didn't feel like cooking. I even paid the internet bill because my younger siblings needed it for school, and that doesn't even count the times I helped with gas money or car repairs when my dad complained he was short. I wasn't expecting a medal, but to be told I wasn't helping at all, that was insane. I scoffed. "Are you serious? I've paid for stuff." "Not enough." My father cut in. "You're a grown man. You should take care of yourself." And that's when it hit me. This wasn't just about me staying in their house. This was about the conversation we had a few days earlier. They had asked me to pay for the vacation, not just a weekend trip, but a full-blown luxury resort including flights. They wanted me to pay for the whole thing. At first, I thought they were joking. When I realized they weren't, I told them no. My dad's face went dark, and my mom gave me this look like I had personally insulted her. After that, things got weird. They stopped talking to me as much, and now, suddenly, they were kicking me out. I exhaled slowly. "So this is about vacation, huh?" My mom pursed her lips. "Jack, family supports each other." I laughed. "Yeah. And what exactly have you done to support me?" My dad slammed his hand down on the table. "Enough. If you're not willing to help, then you can leave. Simple as that. I shook my head. Fine, I'll go. I look between us and I'm done paying for everything. No more groceries, no more bills, no more helping out. That made my dad laugh. Go ahead, loser. See how long you last. I looked at my younger siblings. My sister was staring at her plate. My brother wouldn't even look at me. No one would stand up for me. That night, I packed my things. It didn't take long. I hadn't really settled back in, always assuming this was temporary. I found a cheap place in the next town, not great but mine. And then for a month, nothing. No calls, no texts. I figured they had washed their hands of me, and honestly, I was fine with that. Until one night, my phone rang. I saw my mom's name on the screen. I almost didn't answer it, but something told me it wasn't just a random call. Something was wrong. It had been a month since Thanksgiving and I hadn't heard a word from them. Not one call. Not one text. At first, I kept checking my phone, expecting my mom to reach out, maybe even my sister just to see how I was doing. Nothing. I told myself I didn't care, that I was better off, but it still hurt. I had spent months helping them, making sure my younger siblings had what they needed, paying for things without being asked, and the second I stopped, it was like I never existed. But honestly, after a while, I began to enjoy the silence. My apartment was small, a little run down, and I could hear my neighbors through the thin walls, but it was mine. No one asking me to pay for their groceries, no one expecting me to pay their bills. For the first time in months, my paycheck actually lasted. I could buy things for myself without feeling guilty. Then out of nowhere, my phone rang. I had just sat down with a plate of leftover takeout when I saw my mom's name flash on the screen. I just stared at it for a second, confused. They hadn't called me once since I left. Not even to see if I was alive. And now, suddenly, they were reaching out. For a moment, I considered ignoring it, let it go to voicemail, but something felt wrong. I sighed and answered. Hello. There was a pause at the other end. Then my mom's voice came through, softer than usual. Jack, we need your help. I almost laughed. Now they needed my help? What? Did your vacation plans fall through? I said, not bothering to hide the sarcasm. She didn't respond. Instead, she just said, It's Ryan. That made me sit up. What about him? She hesitated. I could hear muffled voices in the background. My dad saying something I couldn't make out. Then she said, He lost $25,000. I felt my stomach drop. He what? He gambled, she admitted. I ran my hand over my face. Ryan was barely old enough to drink, let alone gamble, but 25 grand? That wasn't just losing a few hundred at poker. This was serious. How the hell did he even get that kind of money? I asked. He borrowed it, she said. Her voice cracked slightly. I closed my eyes. Jesus Christ. And now, she continued, he owes it all back and we don't have it, Jack. We're completely out of money. I sat back in my chair and stared at the ceiling. A month ago, these people had laughed in my face when I said I was done paying for everything. They had thrown me out on Thanksgiving, and now they were suddenly desperate for my help because my idiot brother had gotten himself into massive debt. It would have been so easy to hang up on them, to tell them it wasn't my problem, let them deal with it. But in spite of everything, I couldn't. Ryan may have been stupid, but he was still my brother, and if he had borrowed that much money, it wasn't from a bank. This was bad. I exhaled slowly. I'm coming over. I could hear the relief in my mother's voice. Thanks, Jack. I didn't answer. I just hung up, grabbed my keys, and walked out the door. I had no idea what I was walking into, but I didn't know this was just the beginning. The drive back to my parents' house felt strange. I hadn't been there since the night I left, and I honestly never thought I'd be coming back, at least not so soon. The neighborhood looked the same. A few houses still had Christmas lights up, even though it was late December. The same old beat-up cars were parked in the driveways. Everything was just as I remembered it, but somehow it felt different. I pulled into the driveway and sat there for a second, gripping the steering wheel. Part of me wanted to turn around and drive away, but I sighed, got out, and walked to the front door. Before I could even knock, my mother opened it. She looked exhausted. Jack, she exhaled. "Come in." I stepped inside. The house smelled the same, like cinnamon air freshener and whatever cheap candle my mom always bought. But the energy was completely off. Ryan was sitting on the couch, hunched over, staring at the floor. My dad stood near the dining room table, arms crossed, looking pissed. Nobody said anything for a second. Then I asked, "All right, someone tell me what the hell happened." Ryan didn't look up. My mom sat down next to him and rubbed his back like he was a little kid who just skinned his knee. My dad was the one who responded, "Your brother was an idiot. That's what happened." Ryan finally spoke, his voice low. "I didn't mean for it to get this bad." I stared at him. "How do you accidentally lose 25 grand? He let out a shaky breath. "It started small, just a couple hundred. Then I won big, so I kept going." He finally looked up at me, his face pale. "And then I lost everything." I shook my head. "Okay, but you didn't have 25 grand to lose. So who the hell gave you the money?" Ryan hesitated. My dad answered for him. "He took out a loan." Something about the way he said it made my stomach turn. "What kind of loan?" My mom spoke up quietly. "Not a bank loan." I felt my jaw tighten. "So what? Some backroom loan shark?" No one answered, but their silence told me everything I needed to know. Jesus Christ. I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Okay, and when exactly is he supposed to pay this back?" "End of the week," my father muttered. I let out a slow breath. "And you have nothing?" My mom shook her head. "We're already maxed out on our credit cards. We don't even have enough for next month's rent." I leaned against the wall and took it all in. A month ago, they called me a loser and kicked me out. Now they were drowning in debt, desperate and expecting me to fix it. I had the money. Not all of it, but I had been saving since I moved out. I could cover at least half of it, but should I? They had left me high and dry without a second thought. My dad had literally laughed at me as I walked out the door. But Ryan, he was different. Yes, he had been a jerk, but I could see the fear in his eyes. If he owed money to the wrong people, it wasn't just a lesson he could learn from. It was dangerous. I exhaled sharply. "I can cover some of it." My mother breathed a sigh of relief. My dad didn't say anything. Ryan just nodded, his eyes still on the floor. "I'll wire you 12 grand, I said. "That's all I can do." My mom grabbed my hand. "Thank you, Jack." Pulled away. "Don't. Just make sure this never happens again." I turned to Ryan. "And you're going to pay me back every damn cent." He swallowed hard. "I will." I didn't believe him, but I'd deal with that later. For now, I had just bailed them out, and even though I knew I shouldn't have, I couldn't help but think maybe, just maybe, that it would change things. Little did I know how wrong I was. I wired the 12 grand that night. My mother almost cried. My dad mumbled what I think was a thank you, but he could barely look me in the eye. Ryan just nodded, still looking sick to his stomach. I didn't stay after that. I made it clear that this was a loan, not a gift, and that Ryan would pay me back. No one argued. As I drove back to my apartment, I told myself that I had done the right thing. It wasn't about my parents. It was about Ryan. He was my brother, and as much as I wanted to let them all drown in the mess they'd made, I couldn't sit back and watch him get hurt over something stupid. A week passed, then 2, then a month, and nothing. Ryan hadn't sent me a dime. No calls, no texts, nothing. I waited, giving him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was back on his feet. Maybe he was working things out. Then one day, I finally broke down and called him. He answered after a few rings. "Hey, Jack." I got right to the point. "Where's my money?" There was a pause. I don't have it yet." I clenched my jaw. "You said you'd pay me back." "I will," he said quickly. "I just need more time." "More time?" I scoffed. "Ryan, it's been a month. You haven't even sent me $20. He went quiet. I could hear background noise, video game sounds, maybe? He wasn't even working, was he? I felt my patience break. "You're screwing around, aren't you?" "No, I'm trying, man. I'm just as." I cut him off. "I don't care about excuses. I bailed you out. I didn't have to, but I did, and now you're just ignoring it." "I'm not ignoring it," he snapped. Things have been hard. okay? I laughed bitterly. Yeah, well, things are going to get a lot tougher if you don't start paying me back. Silence. I sighed. Whatever. Just figure it out. And I hung up. I expected at least something after that, $100 here, 50 there, but still nothing. A week later, I decided to try my parents instead. If they had money to bail him out, they could help him pay me back, right? So I called my dad. As soon as he answered, I got right to the point. Hey, I need to talk to you about Ryan's debt. My dad let out an exasperated sigh. What about it? He hasn't paid me anything, not a dime. So, I paused. What do you mean so? You gave him the money. That was your choice. My grip on the phone tightened. It wasn't a gift. My dad let out a dry laugh. Well, that's your problem. I thought I misheard him. Excuse me? You chose to help him, my father repeated, as if explaining something to a child. That's on you. Don't come crying to us about it. I was so stunned I didn't even know what to say at first. Those were your exact words, I finally said. Family helps each other. That's what you told me when you kicked me out. But now that I need help, suddenly that doesn't apply. Jack, you're an adult, he said, his voice sharp now. Handle your own problems. I let out a short laugh. Wow, so if you need money, the family helps each other out. But when I do, I'm on my own. That's life, he said dismissively. You don't like it, too bad. I felt pure rage creep up my spine. They had begged me to come back, begged me to save them, and the moment they got what they wanted, they turned their backs on me. Got it, I said coldly. Enjoy your life, Dad. I hung up. I sat there for a minute, staring at my phone, trying to process just how deep their selfishness ran. And that's when I realized something. I wasn't going to let this go. Not this time. They thought they could walk all over me. They were about to find out how wrong they were. I sat in my apartment staring at my phone, replaying my father's words over and over. Deal with your own problems. That's life. They really thought they could just use me and toss me aside, that I'd keep playing their game, keep bailing them out while they walked all over me. They had no idea who they were dealing with. I wasn't going to let this go. I spent the next few days thinking. If Ryan wasn't going to pay me back and my parents were just going to shrug it off, I needed another way to get my money. And then an idea hit me, one so simple I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of it before. I still had access to my parents' Wi-Fi and cable accounts. I had set them up when I lived there. The bills were always in my name because, I was the one paying for them. And guess what? They had never changed the billing information after I left. So I logged on and canceled everything. Internet gone, cable cut off, streaming services disabled. They were officially off the grid. I sat back and waited. Sure enough, my mom called the next morning. Jack, she said, her voice already annoyed. The internet's down. I played clueless. Huh? That's weird. She sighed. Can you look into it? Your sister has schoolwork and we can't even watch TV. I smiled. Oh, I already know what happened. What? She finally said. I canceled everything. Internet, cable, Netflix, whatever you were using. It's gone, Jack. She gasped. Why would you do that? I leaned back in my chair. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I was still the one paying for it? But your sister needs it for school. Then maybe, I said slowly, you should pay for it yourself. I could hear my father in the background. What's going on? Jack canceled everything. My mom hissed. Good. I heard my dad scoff. We don't need him. I laughed. Yeah. Let's see how long you can go without Wi-Fi. My dad grabbed the phone from my mom. Listen, you little. I hung up. That should have been the end of it, but I had no idea what would happen next. A few days later, I came home from work and something felt wrong. My apartment door was unlocked. I always locked my door, always. My stomach turned as I slowly pushed it open, and then I saw it. My apartment had been trashed. Cushions thrown everywhere. My laptop missing. My drawers ripped open. My TV was gone. I stood there stunned, and then it hit me. This wasn't some random break-in. This was them. My family had broken into my home, and I had just declared war. I stood in the middle of my trashed apartment, my heart pounding. My laptop gone, my TV gone, drawers pulled open, clothes thrown everywhere. I clenched my fists. I knew who had done this. This wasn't some random break-in. This was them. My own family. I took a deep breath and called the police. When the officer arrived, he took one look at the mess and asked if I had any suspects. I didn't even hesitate. I think my parents and my brother did it. He raised an eyebrow. Family? I nodded. I used to live with them. They kicked me out, and now we're not exactly on the best of terms. I explained the whole situation, the money, the Wi-Fi, the debt. They probably thought it was revenge. The officer took everything down, then asked the big question. Do you want to press charges? I hesitated, not because I had any doubts, but because this was a big deal. If I pressed charges, this wouldn't just be some family drama. It would be real. But then I thought about it. They had broken into my home, stole from me after I bailed them out, after I helped them when they were drowning in debt. And the worst part? They probably thought I wouldn't do anything, that I'd just take the hit like I always do. I looked the officer in the eye. Yes, I said. I did. The next day, the police went to my parents' house. I wasn't there, but I got a call from my mom right after that. Jack! She was practically screaming. What did you do? I leaned back in my chair. You broke into my apartment. You stole my stuff. What the hell did you expect? It wasn't a big deal, she shot back. You just what? I snapped. Taught me a lesson? Took back what you thought you deserved? Tell me, Mom, do you even feel bad about this? She went silent. Then in a lower voice, she said, You didn't have to call the cops. I laughed. Oh, so if I help you, I'm family. But when you rob me, I'm supposed to let it slide? It wasn't robbery, she tried to argue. The cops disagree. She huffed. Jack, we can fix this. Just drop the charges. No. Her breath caught. What? I said. No. She gasped, as if I had just slapped her. Jack, this is serious. Your brother. I gave him 12 grand. I snapped. And he still hasn't paid me back. Now he's breaking into my house. I'm done. Silence. Then she tried one last move. The guilt trip. You're really going to do this to your own family? I took a deep breath. No, Mom. You did this to yourself. And I hung up. The cops found my TV and laptop at a local pawn shop, sold in Ryan's name. That was all they needed. Ryan was arrested for burglary, and my parents were charged as accomplices. My grandparents found out soon after, and that's when everything changed because they were furious. And for the first time in my life, my parents were about to learn what real consequences felt like. I didn't go to the court hearings. I didn't have to. The evidence was airtight, pawn shop records, security footage, everything. Ryan pleaded guilty, probably thinking he'd get off easy. My parents tried to argue that they didn't know what he was doing, but nobody bought it. They all got probation, no jail time, but they now had criminal records. And that was their problem, not mine. The real fallout came when my grandparents found out. I don't know who told them, probably one of my aunts, but when I got a call from my grandfather, I could tell he was furious. Jack, he said in a raspy voice, is it true? Did your parents and Ryan steal from you? Yes, I said. It's true. There was a long pause. Then very quietly he said, they will regret it. I don't know exactly what happened after that, but my grandparents went off to war. They cut my parents off completely. No more help with the bills, no more covering for them when they screwed up. My dad had always relied on them when things got bad. But now he was on his own. And then the icing on the cake. My grandparents paid me back every single cent that Ryan owed me. They told me they didn't want me to carry that burden, that I had done more than enough. And they made one thing very clear. They weren't doing this for my parents. They were doing it because I was the only one in the family who had acted with any integrity. That was the last time I talked to my parents. Ryan texted me a half-ass apology a few months later, probably something my mom forced him to do, but I didn't respond. After all this, I realized something. I had spent years trying to help people who would never help me in return, and I was done. From now on, I wasn't anyone's savior, not their safety net, not their ATM. I was gonna live my life for me, and if my parents ever got into trouble again, they could handle it themselves. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.